13 signs your aura is too powerful for most people to handle. As Carl Jung once said, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. But what if who you are, a powerful, radiant soul, feels like too much for the world around you? In today's episode on spiritual wisdom, we'll explore 13 signs your aura carries a force that others might find overwhelming. But that's exactly where your spiritual strength lies. Have you ever felt misunderstood, too intense, or like people pull away without explanation? You might not be too much. You might be energetically unmatched. Watch closely and see how many of these signs resonate with your own journey. And as you listen, we invite you to reflect, comment with your experience, and share this video with someone whose light is just as rare. Let's dive in and celebrate the beauty of a powerful aura. 1. The aura is your energetic signature, rooted in psychology. Your aura is the silent force that enters the room before you do. It's not just energy, it's your soul speaking in frequencies. Carl Jung may never have used the word aura, but his understanding of the unconscious mind revealed a profound truth. When your inner world is aligned, your very presence becomes undeniable. It's not about looks, words, or performance. It's about spiritual integration. When your conscious mind no longer resists your shadow, when you've faced your fears, healed your wounds, and chosen wholeness over perfection, you begin to emit something rare, an energetic signature so strong that people feel it in their bones. This is the invisible language of spiritual awakening, the vibration of someone who knows who they are and no longer seeks permission to be. But here's the paradox. This energy doesn't always attract admiration. In fact, it often creates disruption. Not because you're disruptive, but because your truth rattles illusions, your peace agitates chaos, and your self-acceptance exposes insecurities. You're not triggering others by being loud, you're triggering them by being real. Jung called this projection, the unconscious tendency to assign our denied qualities onto others. So when people avoid your eyes, speak nervously, or criticize you without cause, it's often because they're not seeing you. They're seeing themselves, reflected through your clarity. You don't have to do anything wrong to make someone uncomfortable. Your presence alone is a mirror, and not everyone is ready to face their reflection. In the real world, this energetic contrast shows up everywhere. You may find people are drawn to you yet unsettled. You might intimidate coworkers without trying. Friends may misread your boundaries as arrogance. It's not because you're superior, it's because your vibration reveals what's unhealed in them. And for those who live in denial, that kind of revelation feels like a threat. But your job isn't to shrink. Your role is to understand. You didn't come here to blend in. You came here to raise the frequency of the room by being the frequency. You don't lower your light to comfort the dark. You rise, and in doing so, invite others to rise with you. The more spiritually awake you become, the less you feel the need to explain your energy. You stop negotiating your worth in rooms that can't hold your truth. You stop bending your boundaries to keep false peace. You carry your aura like a silent message. I have done the inner work. I have faced my shadows. I walk in alignment. And that alignment speaks louder than any performance ever could. You realize that power doesn't shout. It whispers. It just is. And when you embody that truth, you no longer chase validation, you radiate it. You become a catalyst, not by force, but by frequency. You don't demand respect. You embody it, and you let others decide whether they are ready to meet you where you are. So keep walking in your light. Keep honoring your energy. Let your presence be your statement. And if you're ready to fully own the power of your aura, type it into the universe now. I align my energy. Because the moment you do, the world will begin to rearrange itself around the truth of who you've become. 2. A powerful aura exposes others, not just inspires them. You don't need to explain yourself because your energy already speaks volumes. You unsettle not because you're loud, but because you're real. You don't perform, you embody. And that embodiment is rare, which is why it rattles those who are still hiding. Your aura doesn't ask for attention. It commands honesty. Carl Jung reminded us that what we deny within ourselves doesn't go away. It surfaces when someone else reflects it. That's what your aura does. You reflect back to others the parts they've buried, denied, or avoided. You shine with spiritual wisdom, and while some will be inspired, others will feel threatened not by you, but by what they see in themselves when you're near. This is why people pull away or react strangely, not because of who you are, but because of who they are not yet ready to become. Your alignment disrupts their confusion. Your truth shakes the lies they still cling to. And your calm presence can feel like a storm in the minds of those still trapped in their masks. But let this be a lesson. You are not responsible for shrinking, so others feel tall. You are not here to bend to make others comfortable in their delusion. Your spiritual development has made your energy precise, sharp, clean, and for those tangled in emotional noise, that can feel like judgment. But it is not judgment. It is clarity. And clarity often feels like an attack to those used to chaos. The frequency you hold now is one that reveals. It doesn't flatter, it unveils. It doesn't soothe, it awakens. An awakening isn't gentle. It breaks. It rebuilds. You are no longer participating in the performance. You no longer seek validation or manipulate perception. You are no longer addicted to being liked. You are devoted to being real. And realness is the highest rebellion in a world built on illusion. Some people will crave your energy like oxygen. Others will run from it like fire. But both responses prove its power. Because when you stop chasing, convincing, fixing, when you stand in your soul, your aura becomes a mirror that reflects truth. Not everyone is ready to look. But you are not here to be everyone's comfort. You are here to be your own truth. You are no longer just a person in the room. You are the room. You shift the atmosphere by simply being. You walk into a space and the unseen shifts, not because you're trying, because you are aligned. That's what spiritual wisdom looks like when it's lived, not spoken, not posted, but embodied. You are now the energy. You are now the presence. And you are now the permission others didn't know they needed to wake up. Some will love you. Some will leave you. But all will feel you. And that is your gift. That is your power. So hold your head high and never apologize for being the storm that clears the air. If you feel this truth in your bones, comment below. I own my authentic energy. Like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss the spiritual insight your soul has been waiting for. 3. Powerful auras act as mirrors. When your aura is powerful, it doesn't just light up a room, it reveals what others try to hide. Without speaking, you become a mirror, reflecting the emotional states, insecurities, and shadows of those around you. People often mistake this reflection for judgment, when in reality, it's their own unresolved pain rising to the surface. You trigger what's buried not because you're arrogant or forceful, but because your presence is aligned, grounded, and whole. That alone can be deeply unsettling to anyone still wearing masks. Your energy doesn't lie. It vibrates with truth, and truth makes people uncomfortable, especially those who haven't yet faced theirs. You walk in authenticity, and that makes others second-guess the roles they're playing. It's not about superiority, it's resonance. Energy always communicates before words ever do. That's why some people may feel an instant connection with you, while others pull away, criticize, or become strangely silent in your presence. They're not reacting to you. They're reacting to what their own energy feels when yours enters the space. A powerful aura amplifies. It draws attention, not through noise, but through stillness, not through appearance, but through presence. You don't chase approval because your soul is self-validating. You don't seek attention because you've already made peace with solitude. And that quiet confidence can expose people's need for validation, their attachments, their anxieties. This is why your aura often evokes extreme reactions, admiration or resentment, curiosity or avoidance. Either way, you're not neutral. You shift the dynamic simply by being. You didn't wake up with this kind of energy by chance. It was earned. You've gone through darkness, purified your mind, healed your wounds, and taken the long road of inner work. That journey gave you a frequency most haven't yet reached. While others are caught up in surface-level appearances, you radiate from your core. That kind of radiance reveals the emptiness behind performance. And so people either feel inspired to rise or pressured to hide. There's nothing you need to fix. If others feel uneasy around you, that discomfort is their own soul calling them to awaken. Your aura isn't too much. It's just too real. Keep showing up with integrity. Keep walking with quiet power. You're not meant to shrink for the comfort of those avoiding growth. You are the reminder that healing is possible, that wholeness is real, and that light, when it shines without apology, changes everything. If this message resonates with you, subscribe to our channel and stay connected with a community that understands the power of energy and self-awareness. Here, we explore how your presence can reflect truth, heal wounds, and inspire growth. Remember, your aura is not a threat. It's a gift. Keep shining. 4. Individuation creates a magnetic, disturbing presence. When you fully integrate your shadow and awaken to your true self, you don't become louder, you become undeniable. Carl Jung called this state individuation, the sacred union of all parts of the psyche, both light and dark. It's not something you wear like a badge. It's something you radiate. Your energy no longer seeks validation. It commands respect in silence. You don't need to enter a room to be seen. Your aura gets there first. It's a quiet power, one that doesn't beg for attention, yet draws it like gravity. And while that sounds beautiful, it also comes with an unexpected edge. Your coherence disturbs those who are fragmented. Not because you're doing anything wrong, but because your wholeness forces them to feel the disconnection within themselves. You are a walking mirror, and not everyone is ready to look. People who hide behind personas, who stitch together their identity from approval and avoidance, will sense something different in you, and it will make them uncomfortable. Your clarity is a confrontation. Your stillness shakes their noise. Your energy, forged from truth, feels like an earthquake beneath their illusions. You may notice this in passive remarks, sudden distance, or unexplained tension. This is not rejection. It's resistance to the frequency you embody. It's not that people don't like you. It's that your presence challenges what they've built to protect their own denial. And so, without trying, you become a disruptor of illusions. In offices, your silence can echo louder than conversation. In social circles, your groundedness feels like rebellion. In family dynamics, your mere existence threatens roles that were never yours to carry. You've stepped into a spiritual awakening where your presence is no longer neutral. It's transformative. You don't push people. Your energy simply reveals where they stand. That's what happens when your soul stops negotiating with your ego. You become a frequency many haven't yet tuned into, and the disharmony is felt. But remember this: your purpose is not to dilute yourself for comfort. You weren't made to harmonize with dysfunction. You were made to stand as a lighthouse in a fog of confusion. Your authenticity may disturb the room, but it also has the power to liberate it. Don't shrink to fit their comfort zone. Expand to match your calling. Your aura now carries the mark of someone who has transmuted pain into wisdom, chaos into clarity. You've done what most only dream of, facing the inner storm and coming out with peace, not pretense. That's why people feel you before they know you. That's why your presence lingers even after you've left. It's not ego, it's energy. And energy doesn't lie. Some will be magnetized to you. Others will recoil. Both reactions are sacred, because your role is not to be liked. Your role is to be true. In that truth, you awaken others not by preaching, but by being. You are not here to be tolerated. You are here to be felt. And those who can't handle your wholeness are simply not ready to meet their own. Keep going. You are not too much. You are the storm that clears, the presence that awakens, the embodiment of spiritual wisdom. Comment below: I am whole, and my energy speaks truth. 5. You trigger psychological projection. People with powerful auras don't need to speak loudly to be heard. Their presence alone stirs something deep in others. When your energy is intense, pure, and aligned, it doesn't just light up a space, it reflects. It reveals. It exposes. And for many people, that's deeply uncomfortable. This is why you often become the target of projections. You're not the cause of their emotional outbursts, their envy, or their accusations. You're simply the mirror that shows them what they're not ready to see. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." That unconscious material fear, guilt, jealousy needs a trigger to rise to the surface. Your aura is that trigger. People feel your authenticity, your clarity, your calm, and instead of being inspired, they feel threatened. Not because you are harmful, but because they've never truly looked at themselves in that way. And in the presence of your light, their shadows feel exposed. In daily life, this can show up in subtle but draining ways. You might be at work, quietly focused, doing your best, and someone suddenly starts acting passive-aggressively toward you. You haven't done anything wrong, but your presence unsettles them. Why? Because they've spent years hiding behind masks, and you, just by being real, disrupt that comfort. You make them feel things they've buried: inadequacy, insecurity, unresolved guilt. Rather than reflect, they react. Even in close relationships, this dynamic can be painful. You may be loving, steady, and emotionally self-aware, yet your partner begins projecting their wounds onto you. They accuse you of things you've never done. They question your loyalty. They try to make you feel guilty for simply being independent. The truth is, they are struggling to meet you at the level of clarity you're vibrating at. And rather than admit their inner chaos, they blame the peace you embody. When you carry strong, high-frequency energy, you don't just inspire transformation, you provoke it. And transformation is uncomfortable. People may call you too sensitive, too distant, too intense. But none of that is true. What's actually happening is that their subconscious is trying to protect them from the truth you bring too close to the surface. You're not meant to dim your light to soothe those still hiding from theirs. You're not here to carry the emotional projections of others. Your job is to stay aligned, to remember that you're not the cause of their discomfort. You're the invitation to growth they weren't ready for. Stay centered. Don't internalize their storms, and don't confuse their fear with your fault. When you walk into a room and people shift, when you speak and others feel exposed, when you love deeply and others push you away, it's not your fault. It's your power. A powerful aura disrupts illusions. It triggers unconscious patterns. And while not everyone will appreciate it, those who are ready to awaken will never forget it. 6. Your energy elicits intense reactions from strangers. When your energy field is strong, it doesn't ask for attention, it demands a reaction. You may notice that strangers either open up to you instantly or become uncomfortable in your presence. This isn't random. It's the invisible impact of your vibration interacting with their subconscious mind. Your aura, which carries the emotional and spiritual resonance of who you truly are, stirs up the emotions others haven't yet dealt with. They don't know why they feel exposed or unsettled around you, but it's because your frequency naturally brings the hidden to light. Many people live behind emotional masks, unaware of how much they've suppressed. Then you walk into the room, calm, authentic, whole, and suddenly their defenses shake. Some are drawn to you, pulled by a deep sense of safety, as if your energy gives them permission to be real. Others, however, may act defensive or cold because your presence reminds them of everything they've buried. Their reaction has little to do with you, and everything to do with what your energy reflects back to them. Your vibration acts as a mirror, one that reveals what they're not ready to see. Carl Jung understood this deeply. He wrote, "People will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own soul." Your aura, however, confronts them with their soul without saying a word. That's why you've had random conversations where people confided in you as if they'd known you forever. That's also why some people respond with sudden irritation or judgment. Your spiritual field doesn't just comfort, it awakens. An awakening is rarely a comfortable process. You carry the weight of presence. Not everyone is ready to feel it. Your energy pierces through superficial interactions and reaches something ancient and real in people. For some, that's healing. For others, it's terrifying. And yet, it's not your job to dim your light, to protect others from their own shadows. Your only responsibility is to continue embodying truth, even when truth disturbs the room. This is the burden and the blessing of having a powerful aura. You'll walk through the world awakening reactions that have nothing to do with your words or actions and everything to do with your energy. The more aligned and whole you become, the more you'll trigger what's unaligned and fragmented in others. It's not personal, it's spiritual. The stronger your light, the more it exposes. That's the unspoken impact of powerful energy. It liberates some and rattles others. Either way, it leaves no soul untouched. Comment below. My energy awakens truth if you've noticed how strangers react deeply to your presence. Your aura isn't random. It's a mirror to the soul. If this resonates, don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss more insights like this. 7. You're labeled too intense or misunderstood. People who live on the surface often find emotional depth confusing, even threatening. They may say you're too serious, too intense, or too much when in truth, what they're reacting to is your energetic presence, your inner clarity, your spiritual resonance. You carry emotional and spiritual frequencies that confront the unconscious parts of others. You stir something they've spent years suppressing. You don't just speak from the mind, you speak from the soul. And that makes people feel naked, exposed, and unsure around you. This reaction isn't about your behavior, it's about your essence. Your aura, the energetic field surrounding you, holds your emotional truth. It is shaped by your self-awareness, your healing, your shadow work, and your courage to be real in a world obsessed with appearances. Most people haven't met themselves in silence, haven't sat with their grief, their rage, their longing. So when you walk into the room radiating authenticity, they feel it, and for many, it's too much. It triggers shame, fear, jealousy, or confusion they don't know how to name. So instead, they blame your intensity. You've been forged by fire spiritually, emotionally, energetically. You've gone through things that shattered you, and instead of hiding the cracks, you let the light pour through them. You carry truth in your voice and purpose in your eyes. And that makes you magnetic, but also polarizing, because your presence invites people to either rise or retreat. Some will be drawn to your energy like a lifeline. Others will resent it because it reminds them of everything they've buried. Your depth disrupts the illusion of normal. In a world that rewards superficiality, distraction, and emotional detachment, your clarity is radical. You listen differently. You love differently. You ask questions that pierce the veil of denial. You see what people try to hide, and you don't play along with the game. And while some people will find healing in your presence, others will call you dramatic, overwhelming, or too deep, simply because you don't give them the option to stay asleep. There is a sacred discomfort you bring, and that is your gift. Your emotional energy isn't chaotic, it's alive. It vibrates with sincerity and purpose. You weren't made to be small. You weren't designed to be tolerated. You were born to activate truth in the people around you, even if that truth makes them flinch. Your aura challenges the masks others wear. It reflects what they're not ready to face. And that reflection can feel like pressure, when in reality, it's an invitation. You've never been too much. You've just been around too many people who settled for too little. They weren't prepared to witness someone who feels so deeply, loves so fiercely, and sees so clearly. But that doesn't mean you need to change. It means you need to remember who you are and stand firmly in that power, not to prove anything, but to live freely, fully, and awake. If you've ever been called too intense or misunderstood for simply being deep and authentic, you're not alone. Comment, "I resonate with this," if you felt this way. Or, "Not my experience," if you see it differently. Your voice matters. Let's talk about it in the comments. 8. You shift the atmosphere instantly. Your aura enters the room before you do. It's not imagination. It's an energetic truth. You carry a frequency that either lifts the space or shakes it to the core, depending on the emotional state of those around you. This shift is immediate, undeniable, and deeply felt by both the conscious and unconscious mind. When your aura is powerful, it doesn't just complement a space, it alters it. That alteration might bring clarity and peace, or it might provoke discomfort and resistance. But either way, it never leaves things the same. You've likely experienced moments where people stared at you without knowing why, or suddenly changed their behavior once you walked in. That's not about your appearance. It's your energy field, stirring their emotional waters. People who have unresolved chaos within them feel exposed around you because your presence highlights the imbalance they carry. You aren't trying to confront anyone. Your alignment simply reflects what they've been avoiding. Your stillness triggers their noise. Even animals and children respond to this energy. A dog might approach you with deep calm or run off with anxiety, sensing your frequency. Children, with their intuitive purity, often become fixated on you or strangely shy, not because of who you are on the surface, but because they feel the soul-level charge your aura emits. They sense truth in a world often cluttered with masks. In modern life, this power can be misunderstood. A woman named Maya once shared that in every workplace she entered, the atmosphere shifted. Colleagues would either open up emotionally within minutes or begin to distance themselves for no clear reason. She began to wonder if something was wrong with her. But in time, she realized the truth. Her energy was a mirror. It reflected the unresolved in others, not because she was trying to, but because she lived in deep inner alignment. That level of coherence made others feel their own fragmentation more clearly. Your aura is a field of influence. It communicates more loudly than words ever could. You don't have to try to be noticed, you are noticed. Not because you want attention, but because your energy commands it. And that command comes not from ego, but from authenticity. When you are whole within yourself, you create tension for those who are split between their truth and their persona. This is not your fault. It's the natural consequence of becoming someone who no longer hides. You shift the atmosphere not by doing, but by being. Your energy is a catalyst. Let it be. Don't dim it to fit into emotionally stagnant rooms. Don't shrink it to soothe discomfort. If your aura disturbs the room, maybe the room needed to be disturbed. If you're still tuned in, comment below, "I shift energy," to let us know you're feeling this truth. Your voice helps us grow this space of awareness and light. 9. People confide in you, unintentionally. People open up to you without warning. They share things they've kept hidden for years. Their regrets, wounds, private stories, and suppressed emotions. You don't ask for it, yet they pour it out. This isn't a coincidence. Your aura creates a field of safety, a silent invitation that tells people, you're safe here. They feel seen in your presence, not judged. You don't just hear them, you feel them. And in a world where most people are starving for emotional safety, your energy becomes their refuge. Carl Jung once said, knowing your own darkness is the best method for dealing with the darkness of other people. That's exactly what you radiate. People trust you because whether you speak it or not, your energy carries the wisdom of survival. You've walked through your own shadows, and that silent knowing draws others in. Your aura doesn't just glow, it mirrors truth. It tells people, it's okay to feel. It's okay to heal. And so, without understanding why, they tell you everything. But what they don't realize is that this gift can become a burden. You're left holding the weight of stories that aren't yours. People leave lighter, while you walk away heavier. It's subtle at first, a little fatigue, a little brain fog, the quiet pressure of being too emotionally full. Then one day, you realize you've become everyone's healer, yet no one knows when you're hurting. That's why energetic boundaries aren't just helpful, they're essential. Being kind doesn't mean being a container for other people's pain. Just because someone opens up doesn't mean you're meant to carry it. Sometimes, the most powerful thing you can say is, I hear you, but I'm not in a space to take this on right now. You're not rejecting them. You're protecting yourself. You must also tend to your energetic hygiene. Cleanse your space. Cleanse your spirit. Whether that's through deep breathing, prayer, journaling, or simply being alone in silence, do whatever reconnects you to your own center. Your aura is your energetic signature, and just like your body, it needs rest, protection, and renewal. Being a space of emotional safety is sacred, but it must be balanced with self-respect. You are not here to absorb everyone's emotional chaos. You are here to guide, to reflect, and to stand in your power. You don't have to dim your light, but you do have to guard the flame. Have people ever opened up to you out of nowhere, as if your presence gave them permission to be real? If you've experienced this, share your story in the comments so others can relate and learn. If not, comment, I am open to understanding, to begin recognizing the quiet power your energy holds. 10. You naturally repel the superficial. People who are deeply attached to surface-level validation often feel uneasy around you, not because you are unkind, but because your energy doesn't play by the same rules. You don't flatter, you don't perform, and you don't conform just to make others comfortable. Your authenticity becomes a silent confrontation. It holds up a mirror, one that reflects the hollowness of pretenses and the fragility of false identities. This is why those who live for appearances or hide behind polished masks either avoid you or try to reduce you by calling you intense, serious, or boring. They may not understand it consciously, but your presence makes them feel seen in a way they aren't ready for. You don't engage in shallow talk for the sake of fitting in, and you don't inflate your personality to gain approval. That alone disorients people who rely on external validation for their sense of self. They might gossip, overcompensate with charm, or constantly seek attention, but none of that moves you. Your stillness, your grounded nature, it unsettles them because it exposes how noisy and disconnected they truly feel inside. They may try to label your depth as a flaw, but it's not. It's a sign of coherence. Carl Jung said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." And you are living that truth, whether others can understand it or not. You don't repel people because of negativity. You repel superficiality because your vibration demands truth. You unconsciously remind people of what they've buried, their silence, their unresolved wounds, their forgotten desires for real connection. This is why, even in crowds, you often stand alone. Not because you are lonely, but because your spirit refuses to settle for anything less than real. You may feel isolated at times, but that isolation is sacred. It means your soul is choosing quality over quantity, depth over noise, truth over convenience. You're not here to entertain illusions, you're here to awaken energy. And that awakening will always trigger something in others. Admiration in the ready, resistance in the unready. Spiritual wisdom reminds us that your aura is not just a presence, it's a purifier. It moves through spaces and cleanses what is fake, what is performative, what is hollow. You don't have to speak to make a shift happen. Your being already speaks for you. And in a world drowning in distraction, your authenticity is a rare medicine. It's no wonder some people can't handle it. You're not too much. You're just living in alignment, and that is always disruptive to those who aren't. If you've ever been called too real or felt isolated for simply being yourself, this message is for you. Comment below. I choose truth over appearances. If you're ready to honor your authenticity and walk boldly in your light. Let's rise together, one soul, one truth at a time. 11. You energize or drain others based on their vibration. Some people feel energized in your presence, as if their spirits have been gently lifted just by being near you. Others, however, feel uncomfortable, irritated, or even drained, and it has nothing to do with what you say. It's your aura. Your energy field interacts directly with theirs, exposing emotional tension, repressed wounds, or unresolved thoughts. This energetic reaction isn't personal. It's vibrational. When someone is grounded and aligned, they receive your presence like healing sunlight. But when someone is fragmented or hiding behind defense mechanisms, your light becomes a mirror, and they may flinch at their own reflection. Carl Jung's concept of psychic interaction explains this invisible yet powerful exchange. He believed that people constantly project unconscious material onto others, and that deeper personalities like yours tend to attract stronger projections. Your aura doesn't just exist, it communicates. It speaks directly to the unspoken, stirring truth in others, even if they aren't ready to hear it. That's why people sometimes misunderstand you or retreat from your presence. You are not just a person to them. You are a trigger, a spotlight, a spiritual wake-up call. Think of those times when someone told you they felt peaceful around you, as if a weight had lifted, even though you barely spoke. That's not coincidence. It's a testament to your frequency. But also think about when you walked into a room and immediately felt drained. Maybe your body tensed up, your mood shifted, or you sensed hostility without reason. That wasn't just intuition. It was your energetic boundaries being tested. You absorb what's around you more deeply than others, and your body responds before your mind even knows why. In the workplace, your calm confidence may be seen as a threat to those fueled by competition and control. They may act cold, passive-aggressive, or overly critical, not because you're wrong, but because your presence unsettles their masks. Your steadiness makes their inner chaos louder. Your honesty makes their avoidance harder. And your compassion highlights their disconnect. That's why the same aura that uplifts one person might disturb another. You don't change, but their reaction does, based on their level of inner harmony. This dynamic is not something you need to fix. It's something you must understand. When your aura is strong and integrated, it becomes a tuning fork for truth. Those attuned to love, growth, and integrity will resonate with you. Those clinging to illusions, ego, and denial will resist you. Both are reflections, not judgments. Your role is not to dim your energy to be accepted. Your role is to discern, to choose wisely who gets access to your presence and who doesn't. When someone tells you that you're too much, it often means your authenticity demands a level of self-honesty they're not ready for. When someone says they feel calm just being near you, it's because their soul recognizes yours. You are the energetic mirror, the amplifier, the quiet force that reveals what's hidden, and that power is sacred. Protect it. 12. You're a magnet for toxic people without boundaries. Toxic or narcissistic people don't just stumble into your life by accident. They are often drawn in by the rare frequency your energy radiates. There is something magnetic about your integrated aura, something steady and whole that they subconsciously crave. These individuals, who haven't done the inner work to heal or evolve, are instinctively attracted to your light, not because they respect it, but because they want to consume it. They see in you what they are unwilling to cultivate within themselves: self-awareness, emotional strength, and spiritual harmony. Your aura acts like a beacon. It doesn't scream for attention, but its authenticity speaks volumes in a world full of facades. That's why people come to you with their problems, their emotional messes, their unresolved traumas. Without realizing it, you become their healer, their counselor, their emotional sponge. But the danger here is subtle. When your boundaries aren't firm, your compassion can quickly turn into self-sacrifice. You give, they take. You listen, they unload. You soothe, they depend. And somewhere in that cycle, your energy begins to fray at the edges. This dynamic is not about blame, it's about awareness. As Carl Jung once said, people will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own souls. So instead of turning inward, toxic people reach outward to you. They want access to your energy without earning the wisdom that created it. They want the fruit, not the roots. And if you're not mindful, their chaos becomes your confusion. You start to wonder why your presence stirs up intensity in others, why people either cling to you or lash out without provocation. The answer lies in your frequency. Your aura is a mirror, and for many, what they see reflected is the truth they've long avoided. Your stability highlights their instability. Your peace confronts their inner storm. Your light exposes their shadows. And so, without boundaries, you become a magnet for the emotionally unhealed. They don't want to grow. They want to be carried. They don't want to rise. They want to feed. And while empathy is one of your greatest gifts, it must be paired with discernment. Not everyone deserves access to your sacred space. Not everyone is meant to walk beside you. And love without limits is not love, it's depletion. In the real world, this shows up in small but relentless ways. You're the one people vent to, but rarely ask about. You're the friend who gives advice, but has no one to turn to. You're the employee who holds the emotional weight of the team, even if no one says it out loud. And when you begin to set boundaries, you notice who respects your space and who tries to push past it. That's the difference between connection and control. Your powerful aura is not a weakness, it's a responsibility. And just as a flame must be protected from the wind to keep burning, your energy must be guarded from those who only want its warmth, but not its source. True power lies not in being available to everyone, but in being fully present for yourself. To affirm your awareness and energetic boundaries, comment below, "I protect my peace." Your words might be the reminder someone else needs today to stand strong in their light. 13. Your aura is a sacred responsibility, not a trophy. A powerful aura is not a trophy to be polished and shown off. It is the visible evidence of deep inner work, emotional maturity, and spiritual integrity. It means you've walked through fire without losing your softness. You've learned the value of silence, the necessity of solitude, and the sacredness of saying no. Carl Jung emphasized that transformation doesn't come from imagining light, but from making the darkness conscious. Your aura reflects how much of that darkness you've faced, integrated and transmuted into strength, presence, and stillness. Your energy doesn't just light up a room, it shifts it. People can feel your frequency before you speak. Some are drawn to it like a lighthouse in a storm. Others are unsettled, even repelled, because your very presence confronts what they've buried. You don't need to speak for your aura to speak for you. But this isn't about power or dominance. It's about clarity. And clarity is disruptive to confusion. The clearer you are within yourself, the more sharply you reflect the illusions around you. That's why you feel misunderstood. That's why strangers react strongly to your presence. You're not being judged, you're being felt. This sacred frequency you carry is not for everyone. It's for those ready to remember who they are. Your aura acts as a mirror one that reflects not only beauty, but also buried pain. Some people project their unhealed wounds onto you. They don't even know why, but being around you makes them feel exposed. This is not your fault. It's your function. You're not here to fix them. You're not here to rescue. You're here to be a living vibration that stirs souls awake. That is the role of a true light bearer. Not to heal on command, but to embody wholeness so fully that healing becomes contagious. Because your aura is so potent, boundaries are not optional. They're sacred. You are the gatekeeper of your energy. Not everyone deserves access. Just like a temple is protected, so too must your energetic field be. That doesn't make you harsh, it makes you wise. Spiritual maturity means recognizing that being available to everyone can dilute your purpose. You weren't meant to be everywhere, for everyone, all the time. Your time, your space, your essence, they are offerings. And offerings are sacred because they're rare, intentional, and aligned. The more integrated you are, the more people will mistake you for being too much, too deep, too quiet, too intense. But that's not your burden to carry. The discomfort they feel is not your responsibility to resolve. It is a reflection of their own fragmentation. You didn't cause it, you revealed it. Let them call it whatever they need to. Your job is not to shrink into something safer. Your job is to remain in your truth. This is what it means to live with a powerful aura. Not to be admired, but to be unshakable. Not to impress, but to embody. Not to shine above, but to awaken within. As we uncover the 13 signs of a powerful aura, let this be more than just insight. Let it be a mirror to your inner strength. Your presence here means you're not afraid of your light. Comment below. My aura speaks before I do, to affirm your power and inspire others on the same path. Let's continue this journey together. Thank you for exploring these powerful signs with us. If you've ever felt like your presence is misunderstood, remember, it may be because your aura carries a strength not everyone is ready to receive. As Carl Jung said, your vision will become clear only when you can look into your own heart. If this message resonated with you, don't forget to like this video, share it with someone who needs to hear it, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom for more insights into spiritual awakening and soul empowerment. Make sure to hit the bell icon so you won't miss our next powerful message. Until next time, keep walking boldly in your light. 4 mysterious signs a higher power is protecting you. Carl Jung once said, "Synchronicity is an ever-present reality for those who have eyes to see." What if those strange coincidences in your life weren't random at all? What if the delays, the detours, the no's that felt like rejection were actually divine protection? In today's video, we explore 4 powerful and mysterious signs that a higher power is silently guiding and shielding you, even when you don't realize it. As you watch, ask yourself, have you ever felt protected by something you couldn't see? Share your thoughts in the comments below. And don't forget to like, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss the spiritual wisdom you deserve. Let's dive into these signs together and uncover how recognizing them can transform your life with purpose and peace. Sign 1. Divine timing. Feels off, but is perfect. Life often throws us into situations that seem entirely out of sync with our desires. Plans fall apart, relationships collapse, and the timing of everything feels wrong. But what if those moments of disarray are not signs of failure, but sacred interruptions? What if every missed opportunity, every delay, and every heartbreak is not a punishment, but a form of protection from a higher power that sees what we cannot? Carl Jung's concept of the trickster archetype speaks to this very mystery. Those seemingly chaotic events that disrupt our carefully laid paths are not meaningless. They are, in fact, messengers of a deeper purpose, sent to awaken our consciousness and guide us away from hidden danger. That job you didn't get, that person who walked away, that plan that collapsed at the last minute, each may have been a divine no, redirecting you toward a greater yes. Spirituality teaches us that divine timing is not about convenience, but alignment. When something falls through, it's often because it wasn't in harmony with your soul's highest calling. And while the ego cries out in frustration, the awakened spirit begins to recognize the wisdom behind the apparent setback. As you walk through your own journey, you might begin to see that the detours were not distractions, they were recalibrations. That rejection that once wounded you might have protected your peace. That closed door may have prevented you from walking into a fire. There is a profound intelligence at work beneath the surface of your life, and it is constantly rearranging people, places, and events not to punish you, but to prepare you. Jung understood that the unconscious mind holds truths that the conscious mind cannot yet grasp, and sometimes the universe must disrupt your timeline to make space for your transformation. This spiritual awakening often comes disguised as loss, but it is only through that loss that you begin to see with new eyes and feel with a deeper heart. And while modern society glorifies control and linear progression, spiritual wisdom invites surrender, to trust that delays are not denials, but divine detours shaping you into someone who is truly ready for what's meant for you. You must learn to read the signs not with fear, but with reverence. Every pause is sacred. Every heartbreak is instructive. Every silence is filled with meaning. When things feel like they're falling apart, they may actually be falling into place. Let the discomfort of the moment become your teacher. Let the unanswered prayers become proof of unseen protection. And instead of asking why something didn't happen, begin asking what you were spared from. That is the essence of spiritual maturity, not needing to control the outcome, but learning to dance with the mystery of divine orchestration. It is in this dance that your soul evolves, your vision sharpens, and your trust deepens. And one day, you'll look back not with regret, but with awe, realizing that the timing wasn't wrong. After all, it was perfect. Have you ever experienced moments when everything felt wrong, but later turned out to be divinely perfect? If so, share your story in the comments so others can feel inspired. If not, type "I trust divine timing" below. Let's explore this mysterious spiritual wisdom together. Sign 2. Unexplainable protection in crisis. There are moments in your life when disaster feels imminent, when a car should have hit you, when you were just one decision away from ruin, or when everything seemed to collapse but somehow something shifted. Maybe it was a last-minute phone call that changed your plans, a stranger who delayed you just long enough, or a sudden inner voice urging you not to take that route, make that choice, or trust that person. At first, you might write it off as coincidence, as random luck. But as these moments pile up and form a silent pattern, you begin to sense that they are anything but random. Carl Jung called this the numinous, an unseen, sacred force that makes itself known when human logic fails and rationality reaches its limit. It's in those raw, vulnerable spaces when you're no longer in control, when the ego steps aside, that this higher intelligence steps in. Spirituality teaches us that these divine interferences are not about dramatic miracles, but about subtle, intelligent design. They are evidence of spiritual development unfolding beneath the surface of your daily life, protecting you in ways you don't even realize until long after the danger has passed. In the moment, you may feel afraid, overwhelmed, or even abandoned. But what if the very things you label as misfortune or delay are actually forms of protection? What if the closed doors, the failed relationships, the sudden turns, are all precisely orchestrated to keep your soul aligned with something greater? The truth is, when you're walking the path of awakening, the universe doesn't just hand you clarity, it tests your trust, your surrender, your openness to signs that defy reason. You may not see the full picture, but you will feel an inner knowing, an inexplicable peace, or the unmistakable presence of something watching over you. In hindsight, those coincidences feel too intentional, too precise, to be meaningless. And when you look closer, you realize they are threads in the invisible fabric of divine guardianship. That is when you understand that spirituality is not just about belief, it's about awareness. It's about recognizing that the forces guiding you are not external fantasies, but deeply embedded truths, responding to your soul's vibration. The more spiritually developed you become, the more sensitive you are to these nudges, what others call intuition, you recognize as divine direction. This is why it's crucial to stay attuned to the unexplainable. Because sometimes, what saves you isn't a person or a plan. It's the presence of a power that rearranges the world around you just enough to keep you safe. It's what turns a tragedy into a breakthrough, a setback into a redirection. In moments when you feel like giving up or questioning why things didn't go your way, remember that protection often disguises itself as rejection, and delays may be divine pauses. Your task is to become spiritually awake enough to recognize the language of this higher force, whether it comes in the form of silence, intuition, timing, or unexpected shelter in the middle of a storm. These aren't just stories you hear, they are happening in your life, perhaps more often than you notice. And each time they do, they are evidence of a profound truth. You are not moving through this world alone. You are being shielded, shaped, and spiritually refined by something infinitely wiser than your mind can grasp. The more you trust in that, the more you'll begin to see that these moments are not only signs of divine protection, they are sacred invitations to deepen your relationship with the unseen world guiding you. If this message resonates with your soul, say it with faith. I am receiving this divine protection in ways I cannot explain. I trust the higher power guiding me. And if you feel seen by this insight, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom so you never miss a moment of truth and awakening. Sign 3. Mistakes become pathways to wisdom. Your mistakes are not evidence of failure. They are sacred keys disguised as pain, unlocking the hidden doors of your soul. Every regret, every wrong turn, every moment you wish you could erase was never a punishment. It was a mirror reflecting back the parts of you that longed to be seen, healed, and reclaimed. Carl Jung taught that the shadow, the unseen, unspoken part of the psyche, reveals itself most powerfully not in our triumphs, but in our errors. It is through these so-called failures that we are given the greatest opportunity for awakening. The shadow isn't darkness meant to be feared. It is intelligence wrapped in mystery, spiritual wisdom coded in discomfort, waiting for the conscious mind to decode it. When you are being protected by a higher power, you start to realize that life does not happen to you. It unfolds for you, even when it hurts. Every time you fall, life is whispering, look deeper. There is something here for you. And as you listen, something remarkable happens. The pain becomes a portal. The shame becomes a signal. And the regret becomes redirection. What once felt like failure now reveals itself as sacred preparation. This is how you begin to awaken, not with perfection, but with permission to see your missteps as maps. With each mistake, your false identities are stripped away, and your true essence begins to rise not as something new, but as something ancient within you finally remembered. Mistakes push you towards self-awareness, not away from it. They disrupt illusions, force humility, and break down the ego that clings to control. And in that breaking, in that beautiful unraveling, the soul expands. The higher self, which was once buried beneath layers of expectation, conditioning, and fear, begins to breathe again. Spiritual protection doesn't always feel like comfort. Sometimes it feels like chaos. But that chaos has an order. There is a hidden harmony in your hardships, a rhythm in your setbacks, a divine timing in your delays. Every no was a hidden yes to something higher. Every ending you grieved was a sacred exit toward your next evolution. Carl Jung said, "One does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious." This is the path of the spiritually intelligent, the ones who no longer view their mistakes as curses, but as conversations with the divine. You are being led, not lost. You are being refined, not rejected. And the more you learn to listen, not just with your ears, but with your energy, the more you will see that your mistakes are not the end of your story. They are the sacred punctuation marks between chapters, the commas where your soul pauses to gather meaning before continuing its deeper journey. When you begin to trust this, when you begin to welcome your flaws as teachers, you are no longer at war with yourself. You are walking in alignment, hand in hand with a higher power, fully awake to the wisdom that has always been guiding you from within. If you've ever felt like your biggest mistakes were secretly guiding you toward deeper wisdom, you're not alone. Join our growing spiritual wisdom community by subscribing to the channel. Here, we explore the signs of divine protection and inner growth. Remember, every misstep can be a message. You are being led, loved, and lifted by something greater. Sign 4. Synchronicities and meaningful coincidences. Synchronicities are not accidents or random events. They are the mysterious fingerprints of a higher power gently brushing across the surface of your everyday life, reminding you that you are never truly alone. When you encounter repeating numbers like 1111, come across the same symbol in different places, or meet someone at the exact moment you needed them most, these are not coincidences. They are precise alignments orchestrated by an unseen intelligence, guiding you toward your highest path. Carl Jung, the father of analytical psychology, described synchronicities as meaningful coincidences that reveal a deeper, interconnected web of existence, the existence of an intelligent spiritual force operating beyond the boundaries of logic and reason. In moments when the world feels uncertain or your path unclear, these signs arrive like whispers from the divine, not to scare or confuse you, but to reassure you that you are being divinely led. They confirm that even when chaos surrounds you, the universe is still in order, and you are part of that order. These synchronicities become especially vivid during periods of spiritual awakening, when your perception expands beyond the surface of things and begins to notice the subtle patterns, symbols, and hidden harmonies that others overlook. It might be the song that plays exactly when you're thinking of a loved one, or a stranger repeating the same phrase you just read in a book. In spiritual terms, these moments are not interruptions. They are invitations. Invitations to trust the process, to step into your inner knowing, and to understand that your life is being watched over by a benevolent force that sees further than you can. As you grow in spiritual wisdom, you begin to realize that every delay, detour, or unexpected turn might be exactly what your soul needs. What seems like a setback is often protection. What feels like a loss is often a redirection. And what appears to be a strange coincidence is often divine timing unfolding perfectly. Synchronicities don't only show you that a higher power exists, they show you that it cares, that it listens, and that it is actively involved in the orchestration of your life. That's why, it's essential to develop a deeper awareness, to attune yourself to the symbols and patterns that speak not to your intellect, but to your intuition. Spiritual awakening is not about learning something new. It's about remembering what your soul has always known. These signs are like sacred winks from the universe, gentle confirmations that you are on the right path, even if your mind is full of doubt. So the next time something seemingly strange happens, don't dismiss it. Pause. Reflect. Ask yourself, what message is being sent to me through this? Because in that moment, you are not only witnessing a coincidence, you are standing in the presence of divine guidance. Let it remind you that you are part of a greater whole, that your life has meaning beyond what you can see, and that your path is being guided by a higher power that knows exactly where you're meant to go. Now, close your eyes, take a deep breath, and feel the subtle guidance of the universe aligning everything in your favor. Say with me, I trust the signs. I am on the right path. Everything is unfolding for my highest good. Thank you for joining us on this journey into the unseen forces that may be guiding and protecting you. Sometimes, the signs are subtle moments of unexpected clarity, divine delays, or a quiet inner knowing. But as Carl Jung once said, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. If today's insights resonated with you, don't forget to like this video. Share it with someone who may need a reminder that they're not alone, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Make sure to turn on the notification bell so you won't miss any of our upcoming explorations into spirituality, psychology, and inner transformation. Until next time, stay awakened, stay protected, and trust the journey. Carl Jung, 7 signs your spiritual awakening is over. It's time to use your powers. Carl Jung once said, "Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes." Your spiritual awakening is not meant to last forever. It's a doorway to something greater. The moment you begin using your power with clarity and intention. Today, on Spiritual Wisdom, we'll uncover the 7 signs that your awakening is complete and that it's time to step into your true strength. As you listen, I encourage you to reflect. Which of these signs are showing up in your own life? Share your thoughts in the comments below. We'd love to hear how your journey is unfolding. 1. The urgency of this moment. You've been feeling restless for a reason, not because of anxiety or confusion, but because your soul knows you are standing at the threshold of transformation. This is not a warning. It is a sacred reminder that your spiritual awakening is no longer just a process. It has become a calling. The days of endless questions, collecting teachings, and preparing yourself are over. You have already carried the heartbreaks, endured the solitude, survived the long nights of doubt, and welcomed the quiet mornings of clarity. All of it has brought you here, shaping you into someone who no longer just seeks the truth, but is ready to live it. Spiritual awakening was never meant to be your final destination. It was your training ground, the place where you learn to see yourself clearly and to know what you carry within. Many remain stuck in the safety of seeking because it feels familiar. But the chosen ones recognize when it's time to step forward, not by forcing anything, but by fully aligning with who they have become. You are not here to float in enlightenment as a feeling. You are here to embody enlightenment as action. That means speaking truth, even when it makes others uncomfortable, trusting your inner wisdom above the outer noise, and living with the strength, peace, and clarity that awakening has revealed to you. True mastery is not about being flawless. It is about being fully present. In this modern world, it is easy to believe you always need more books, more gurus, more signs. Yet chasing more is often a subtle form of self-doubt. You don't need another confirmation to prove you are ready. You are ready simply because you are alive, because you breathe, because life itself is calling you to rise, to serve, to create, and to lead. Think of someone who trains for years but never runs the race. At some point, training becomes a delay, and the identity of the seeker becomes a shield against becoming the doer, the healer, the leader. You are not here to remain hidden behind endless preparation. You are here to rise, to act, to become the powerful version of yourself that exists in this moment, not in some distant future. This is the difference between knowing the light and being the light, between talking about alignment and actually living aligned. You have already crossed the hardest part. You have awakened. You have seen the truth. Now the question that remains is whether you will live it. Your power was never in what you learned. It is in how you embody what you know. That is how you shift timelines, how you inspire others, and how you fulfill the mission only you were sent here to complete. The urgency within you is not pressure. It is presence. The universe is not rushing you. It is reminding you that this is the moment you were born to step into. No more waiting, no more hiding, no more shrinking. If you feel the pull of something greater, it is because your time has come. This is the hour to live your spirituality not as an idea, but as the truth of who you are. Comment below, "I am ready to become who I truly am," and let your declaration be the bridge from awakening into action. 2. The awakening has ended. Now begins the mission. You did not awaken just to stay lost in the endless search for signs and answers, because the spiritual awakening you experienced was never the final stop. It was the first door into your true purpose. Awakening was the spark, not the fire. The universe cracked open the illusion, showed you a glimpse of truth, and now it is asking you to live fully aligned with that truth. You have read, healed, released, and transformed. But now the journey shifts from being awakened to becoming someone who embodies the wisdom you carry. So many chosen ones remain stuck in the comfort of awakening, clinging to the process as if it were the destination. They look for more synchronicities, more confirmations, more proof of what their soul already knows. Yet the universe does not keep sending endless signals. It gives you moments, windows, nudges, and this is one of them. The veil has lifted. The illusions no longer hold power, and the false identities have already fallen away. What is left is clarity, and clarity always demands action. You are not here to wait until you feel perfect, because the world doesn't need perfection, it needs a present, awake, aligned, aware. Every loss, every lonely night, every time your old self crumbled was preparation for this moment. That quiet inner voice that urges you toward truth, peace, and boldness is your mission calling you forward. It doesn't shout, but it never stops insisting, and its persistence is the proof of your power. You are no longer just a seeker. You are now a bearer of light, a vessel of truth, and a living embodiment of spiritual development. The question is no longer whether you know enough, but whether you will use what you know. Will you keep collecting wisdom as if it were trinkets, or will you act, create, build, and awaken others? Spirituality is not about hoarding enlightenment. It is about embodying it in a way that serves the world. Your alignment is not passive. It is a force that demands expression. There is nothing left to wait for. You have already walked through storms and fire. You have already survived the breaking, and you have already seen who you are beyond fear and illusion. Validation has burned away. Fear no longer fits, and doubt no longer defines you. What remains is your true self, ready, strong, and needed right now. This is the shift from watching to doing, from awareness to embodiment, from vision to movement. You are meant to lead, not because you demanded it, but because your soul was chosen for it. You are no longer drifting in awakening. You are grounded in purpose, and the universe is waiting to meet you the moment you step forward in trust. The lesson is clear. Awakening is not the end. It is the responsibility to live as light in a world that still sleeps. Spirituality is not just for your peace. It is for the transformation of others through you. Your spiritual development has prepared you for this exact moment to rise, to create, to guide, to serve. And so the question becomes, will you step into your mission now? If your answer is yes, then declare it with courage and certainty. Comment below, "I am ready to serve." And let your action inspire others to rise into their own purpose. 3. Awakening was meant to shake and rebuild you. Awakening was never meant to be a permanent state. It was a fire meant to strip away everything false within you, your masks, your dependence on validation, and your inherited fears. It was not here to destroy you, but to rebuild you from the soul outward. You were never meant to live in the flames forever, only to walk through them, to rise from them, and to carry their light with you into the world. As Carl Jung reminded us, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate. Awakening is that fire of consciousness. It burned so you could see, not so you could stay burned. Yet many confuse the journey with the destination. They wait endlessly, reading more, meditating more, searching for one final sign that says they are ready. But that sign has always been inside you. Jung warned, "Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakens." Seeking can easily become another trap, a distraction dressed up as growth. There comes a time when you must stop consuming and start creating. When you realize that awakening did not come so you could sit in silence forever. It came so you could move energy, change reality, and live in alignment with the truth you now know. Every hardship you endured, every illusion you shed, every piece of wisdom you absorbed was never meant to be the end. It was preparation. You are not here simply to hold light, but to embody it. You are not here just to admire wisdom, but to become wisdom itself. The healing you longed for is meant to flow through you into the lives of others. The strength you searched for is meant to be expressed in how you stand, how you act, how you live. You are the answer to someone else's prayer, the light at the end of another's tunnel. but the world cannot receive what you are afraid to release. Creation is your next step, whether through your voice, your writing, your leadership, or simply the way you walk in authenticity. That is how your power activates. That is how you shift from awakening into embodiment. Fear will still whisper, telling you that you are not ready, that you need more time. But readiness is not a feeling. It is a choice. The ego demands perfection, but the soul moves with purpose. You are ready because life has called you. You are ready because you have walked through fire and survived. You are ready because what you carry is needed now. Carl Jung once said, "I am not what happened to me. I am what I choose to become." The choice is before you. To stop waiting, to stop shrinking, to stop questioning, and to finally rise into who you are. The shaking is over. The season of endless seeking has ended. Now is the season of becoming. It is time to step forward, to use your power, and to embody the truth you hold. No more hesitation, no more hiding. The world is waiting for the evidence of your transformation. Intelligent spiritual wisdom is not only about understanding, it is about living. So rise now, step into your truth, and let your life become the message. Comment below, "I am ready to rise and build my true self," and declare to yourself and to the world that your awakening has prepared you for this moment. 4. You were chosen for a purpose. You were chosen for a purpose, not by coincidence or accident, but by divine intention. Your awakening was not random. It was a spiritual assignment, a call to remember who you truly are beneath the noise of this world. You did not wake up merely to feel enlightened. You woke up to become a force of transformation. The shift happening across the planet is not just something for you to observe. It is something you are meant to help lead. And true leadership in spirituality does not come from ego, power, or control. It comes from alignment, embodiment, and courage. Your soul said yes to this mission long before your mind could understand what it meant. And now you are standing exactly where you are supposed to be. No one was ever meant to hand you all the answers. Angels, guides, and mentors exist to nudge you forward, but they cannot walk your path for you. Their whispers may remind you, but they cannot act in your place. Only you can stand and declare, "I am ready to rise." Chosen ones are never chosen to remain passive. They are called to step forward when it is inconvenient, to walk in truth when the world prefers illusion, and to shine when darkness demands silence. You are not here to wait endlessly for more signs. You are here to be the sign, to embody the evidence of spiritual awakening in action. There comes a moment when learning must give way to doing, when knowing must transform into becoming. That moment is now. You have learned the lessons, witnessed synchronicities, endured trials, and grown stronger. The question is no longer, "What is my purpose?" but, "Will I live it?" The world does not need perfection or flawless wisdom. It needs those who are spiritually awake and spiritually active. It needs people who are willing to use their voice, their presence, and their energy as vessels of light. You do not need to save the entire world, but you do need to show up for the part of it that was assigned to you. Living your purpose is not about striving endlessly or waiting for perfect timing. It is about surrendering to the truth that already exists within you. When you stop waiting for the right time and start walking in divine time, doors will open, clarity will find you, and your presence will move people because it is authentic and alive. You were chosen because you were built for this. Your pain gave you empathy, your isolation sharpened your discernment, and your setbacks forged your resilience. You are not behind. You are perfectly on schedule, shaped by every experience that prepared you for this moment. No one else can activate your mission, and no one else can speak your truth. This responsibility is sacred, and it rests on your shoulders. You were not chosen to remain hidden. You were chosen to embody the shift. Spiritual awakening was never the final destination. It was the beginning. Now is the time to rise, to fulfill what you came here to be, to live your spirituality not just as belief, but as daily presence. The world does not need you perfect. It needs you present, authentic, and willing. And if these words have stirred something deep within you, then let them remind you of your truth. You are ready. Declare it boldly. I accept my divine purpose. I am ready to rise and fulfill my calling. 5. The mission after awakening. Real spiritual maturity isn't about how many affirmations you recite or how many hours you meditate. It's about embodiment, where your actions match your knowing and your presence speaks louder than your words. You've already awakened. You've peeled back the layers, seen through illusions, and walked through darkness with only your inner light to guide you. But now comes the real work. Living it. Living truthfully. Living powerfully. Living like someone who remembers why they came here in the first place. You're not here to stay in a cycle of endless seeking. You're here to become the message, to hold the vibration of what you've learned so deeply that people feel it before you even speak. Your power isn't in how much you know, it's in how fully you show up. It's in how you stay calm when everything around you shakes. It's in the way you respond to pain without losing your compassion. It's in your ability to walk with integrity when no one is watching. That's what it means to live your awakening. There was a woman who, after years of studying every spiritual book she could find, found herself completely broken. Her marriage collapsed, her business failed, and her health declined. All the knowledge she had collected suddenly felt useless. But in that moment of silence, she heard the truth clearly. This is the moment your training was for. She stopped reaching for new answers and started applying what she already knew. She showed up, not perfectly, but powerfully, with clarity, with presence. That shift changed everything because she finally realized she wasn't meant to just understand the light. She was meant to be it. The world isn't looking for more talkers. It's crying out for those who embody what they believe. Those who don't just repeat truth, but radiate it. Those who can walk into a storm and still be calm. You've been chosen for this. Not to hide your light, but to let it lead. Not to wait for more confirmation, but to trust what's already inside you. Every delay, every wound, every lesson was preparing you not just to survive, but to lead. And now, the mission begins. To know the truth, but not live it, is to betray your own soul. The real initiation wasn't the awakening, it's what you do after. This is your invitation to rise, not someday, but now. To move with purpose, serve with love, speak with clarity, and walk with sacred authority. Your journey didn't end at awakening. It started there. And everything that comes next is what you were born for. If this message speaks to your soul, type, "I'm ready to live the truth," in the comments to affirm your commitment. The mission after awakening is real, and it begins with action. Like, subscribe and turn on notifications so we can keep rising together. 6. The 7 signs that your awakening is complete. Sign 1. You no longer feel separate from the universe. You no longer search for divinity outside of yourself because you've realized it was never out there to begin with. The longing to connect with something greater has transformed into the deep knowing that you are that greatness in human form. This is not an intellectual belief. It's an embodied truth. You feel it in your breath, in the space between thoughts, in the quiet awareness that watches everything but resists nothing. You feel oneness with all that is not as a poetic idea, but as a living presence. The trees, the wind, the laughter of strangers, even the silence between words, all of it feels like part of you now. You've stopped labeling experiences as good or bad because you've seen the divine thread that weaves them all together. Peace is no longer a goal on the horizon. It flows from you, quietly and naturally, like sunlight through an open window. Resistance dissolves. You no longer fight against the unfolding of life because you've tasted the freedom of surrender. The need to prove yourself, fix everything, or force outcomes fades. You let go, not because you've given up, but because you've awakened to the deeper intelligence that governs all things. And this letting go is powerful. It opens space for miracles, synchronicities, and alignment that can't be orchestrated through force. You've become aware that your energy is not passive, it is creative. Every emotion, every intention, every thought is a frequency, and those frequencies shape reality. You notice how your internal shifts instantly reflect in your external world. When you're at peace, life becomes effortless. When you're in fear, chaos arises. This isn't punishment, it's reflection. And now, you respond to life as a conscious artist, not a victim of circumstance. The old self that searched endlessly for answers has dissolved into the quiet power of presence. You don't need constant validation, spiritual highs, or dramatic signs anymore. Your presence is the sign. You are the miracle you once begged for. There is no longer a wall between you and the universe. There is only unity, only flow, only truth. And from this sacred space, your purpose begins not in striving, but in simply being. That is when you know the awakening is complete. Not because you have all the answers, but because you've stopped asking questions that separate you from what already lives within. Sign 2. Your intuition guides you without doubt. You trust your inner voice fully now. There is no longer a need for endless signs, approval from others, or carefully crafted pros and cons lists. You just know. The clarity doesn't come from logic, it comes from alignment. You don't chase certainty, because certainty has taken root within you. It's not about confidence in outcomes anymore. It's about confidence in the knowing that lives inside your soul. That knowing does not scream. It does not compete. It simply speaks, and you listen. In this stage, fear is no longer your decision maker. Confusion no longer clouds your mind. You've outgrown the habit of seeking outside answers because you finally realized your energy speaks louder than your thoughts. Your body responds before your mind finishes the question. The shift happens quietly, and yet it changes everything. You no longer ask, "Is this the right path?" You feel it. You sense the expansion. You recognize the contraction. And you follow that guidance not because you're sure of what's next, but because you're sure of yourself. There is a moment in every chosen one's journey when the need for external validation disappears. What replaces it is not arrogance, it's peace. A peace that doesn't beg for permission. A peace that moves through uncertainty like water, flowing where it needs to go. You stop chasing signs. You stop waiting for the perfect conditions. You act because it feels right, not because it looks right. This is the power of deep spiritual alignment. It doesn't ask for proof. It simply moves in truth. When you trust your intuition, you no longer stall in hesitation. There's a calm decisiveness in your presence. People around you may not understand. They might say you've changed. And they're right. You've stopped performing for a world that taught you to doubt your own inner wisdom. You've chosen to trust the whisper instead of the noise. You've chosen the internal compass over the external map. You've stopped asking for directions to a place your soul already knows how to find. This is the transition from awakening to embodiment. Intuition becomes your leadership. Faith becomes your foundation. You no longer check 10 times before taking one step. You just move. And in that movement, life rearranges itself to meet your energy. This is not magic. This is spiritual maturity. The ability to move without needing to be convinced. The ability to know without having to explain. The ability to feel aligned and trust it, even when it makes no sense to the outside world. You have graduated from waiting, from questioning, from doubting. Your power now lies in presence, in listening to the quiet pull that says, "This way." That quiet pull is your path. That gentle nudge is your direction. And you follow not because it's easy, but because it's true. Sign 3. Material desires no longer control you. You no longer chase money, status, or validation because something deep inside you has awakened. You've outgrown the need to impress others with what you wear, what you own, or how much you earn. Your soul no longer feeds on attention. Instead, you find nourishment in alignment. Material things can still bring you joy, but they no longer define you. They no longer pull you into cycles of overworking, proving, or pretending. You've remembered who you are beyond the brands, the titles, the applause. This is the sign of true transformation. When you stop chasing, you start attracting. This is how the law of attraction really works. It responds not to your desperation, but to your vibration. The energy you carry now speaks louder than your words. You've chosen peace over pressure, purpose over possessions. The old version of you needed more just to feel enough. But now you are enough, with or without more. And from that place of wholeness, abundance flows to you with ease. You've discovered that fulfillment isn't found in what you accumulate, but in how deeply you align. No amount of luxury can compare to the richness of inner peace. No praise can replace the still voice of your spirit saying, "I am home." You've realized that manifestation is not about owning everything, but about owning your truth. Your energy is the currency now. And when you spend it on what's real, gratitude, growth, presence, the universe multiplies your return. You are no longer a servant to material desires. You are the master of your reality. Your spiritual awakening has taught you to see through illusions. You now walk with power, but not the kind that shouts. It's a quiet magnetic power rooted in detachment and clarity. And because of this, life meets you differently. Opportunities show up, not because you hustle, but because you're in harmony. People feel your calm, your focus, your light, and they're drawn to it. This is freedom. You're not running after things, hoping they'll complete you. You're standing still in your truth, and all that's meant for you begins to arrive. You no longer beg for doors to open. They open when you knock with purpose. You no longer sacrifice your peace to keep up. You slow down, and life speeds up in your favor. The more you surrender, the more you receive. Not from force, but from flow. Not from lack, but from alignment. Not from noise, but from stillness. Sign 4. You have embraced solitude and found peace. Silence no longer unsettles you. It empowers you. What once felt like a void is now a sacred sanctuary where your spirit breathes and your mind rests. You've stopped resisting the stillness, and instead, you've learned to listen to what it reveals. In the quiet, you no longer hear echoes of loneliness or fear. Instead, you hear your truth. Silence has become your teacher, your healer, your refuge. It's where you recharge, reconnect, and remember who you are. You've begun to honor your energy so deeply that anything misaligned simply can't stay. You no longer tolerate conversations that feel empty or relationships that pull you away from your peace. You don't shrink to fit into old spaces, nor do you pretend to be less so others feel more. This is spiritual awakening in motion. It's the silent refusal to entertain what drains your soul. It's the unseen power of walking away from noise, not out of bitterness, but out of wisdom. You've outgrown superficiality and stepped into alignment. Now, your vibration speaks before you do. Being alone no longer feels like abandonment. It feels like home. You've stopped seeking constant connection because you've cultivated the most powerful one of all, the connection with yourself. You enjoy your own presence. You understand that solitude is not emptiness, it's sacred space. It's in your stillness that new visions are born. It's in your isolation that your purpose gets louder. You've reached a state where your inner world is so full, you no longer need external noise to feel alive. You have become magnetic not by force, but by presence. Solitude has sharpened your discernment. It has made you precise with your time, intentional with your focus, and protective of your peace. You now recognize that every encounter, every word, every thought carries energy, and you choose what you allow into your sacred space. Your boundaries are no longer walls. They are invitations for only what is pure, true, and aligned. Your aura is no longer porous. It is powerful. You no longer beg to be understood. You simply continue to evolve, trusting that those meant for your frequency will feel your light without explanation. You have stopped chasing and started attracting. You understand the law of attraction not as a tool of control, but as a reflection of energetic alignment. You do not manifest from desperation. You manifest from peace, from clarity, from presence. Your life has become a living prayer, and your solitude has become the altar. In this sacred stillness, manifestation flows like breath. There is no force, only flow. This is spiritual maturity. This is what it means to awaken and rise, not in chaos, but in calm. Not in noise, but in knowing. You are no longer searching for peace. You are living as peace. And because of that, your presence now shifts rooms, not by what you say, but by who you've become. Sign 5. You naturally attract people who need your light. People are drawn to you because your energy has become a silent call. You no longer seek validation or attention. Instead, your very presence radiates something real, something pure. It's not about the words you speak, but the frequency you carry. After everything you've been through, the lessons, the healing, the shedding of false layers, you now emit a vibration that speaks louder than any voice. Others can feel it. They may not know why they feel safe around you, or why they're suddenly opening up their deepest truths. But something about you feels like home, like truth, like light. That's because you've become a vessel for something greater. And in a world where most are still asleep, that makes you magnetic. As your light expands, you begin to notice a pattern. The people entering your life are no longer random. They're reflections, mirrors, messengers. Some walk alongside you for a while because their soul resonates with your path. Others arrive with chaos in their hearts, seeking peace they haven't earned. And then there are those who don't even understand why they're drawn to you. They just know that your presence soothes something inside them. That's what happens when your spiritual awakening is complete. You stop needing answers, and you start becoming one. You attract not because you try, but because you are. Energy doesn't lie. But the truth is, not everyone who is drawn to your light is worthy of it. Some come to take, to drain, to feed off the peace you've built with blood, sweat, and sacred tears. These are the ones who haven't faced themselves yet. They want your frequency without doing the work to raise their own. And this is why your next step, now that your awakening has matured, is to master spiritual boundaries. You cannot pour into everyone. Your light is powerful, but it's also sacred, and sacred things must be protected. You must learn to say no, to walk away, to shield your peace like a priceless treasure. Because it is. There's a woman who used to give all of herself to everyone, friends, students, even strangers. Her presence felt healing to others, and they would come to her, uninvited but desperate for light. At first, she thought this was her purpose, to be the light for others. But over time, she began to feel drained, disconnected, even resentful. That's when she realized being the light doesn't mean you set yourself on fire to warm others. She learned to protect her energy, to only give from a place of overflow, not obligation. And from that space, her light didn't fade, it grew stronger. You've reached that point now. You're not here to save everyone. You're here to be the frequency that reminds others of their own power. Your energy has become a transmission, a signal for those ready to rise. So guard it, own it, and understand this. Your presence is no longer just a gift. It's an invitation. But only those with the courage to honor it should be allowed through the door. Sign 6. You can see through deception and illusions. You can now sense deception with a kind of spiritual precision that wasn't available to you before. Lies feel heavy in the air. Manipulation stands out like flashing lights. Even the subtle illusions embedded in society's systems, media, politics, expectations no longer have power over your mind. You don't just see things on the surface anymore. You see through them. What used to confuse or control you has lost its grip. And that's because your inner truth has grown louder than the world's noise. You are no longer ruled by fear-based control systems. Fear may still exist around you, but it doesn't live in you anymore. You don't respond to the fear-mongering headlines, the emotional manipulation from others, or the energetic pressure to conform. You've unplugged from the frequency of fear and tuned into the higher vibration of truth. Now, your compass is clarity, not panic. Your guide is intuition, not anxiety. The way you make decisions has changed entirely. You're not influenced by peer pressure, social approval, or programmed reactions. Instead, your choices come from inner alignment. You know when something feels off, even when others call it normal. You pause. You reflect. You listen to that voice inside that says, "This isn't right for me." You walk away without guilt. You say no without explanation. You protect your peace like it's sacred, because now you understand that it is. Seeing through illusion also means seeing through fear itself. You've realized that most fear is manufactured, an energetic fog meant to distract you from your power. But you've walked through that fog and found clarity on the other side. And with that clarity comes freedom. You no longer live in reaction mode. You live with intention. You no longer seek safety and approval. You find safety in presence, in energy, in knowing who you are and who you were sent here to be. The most powerful shift is this: you no longer believe the world outside of you has more authority than the truth inside of you. That realization changes everything. You're no longer searching, you're embodying. You're no longer waiting, you're moving. What once scared you now fuels you. What once confused you now empowers you. The illusions fell away, and what remained was your power, your vision, your voice. And now, you use that power. You speak when it's uncomfortable. You stand tall when the world wants you to shrink. You live from the soul, not the script. This is what happens when awakening ends. It transforms into embodiment. You don't just talk about light anymore. You become the light. And that light exposes everything false, not to shame others, but to awaken them too. Because when one chosen one sees through illusion, the energy ripples. When one soul stops fearing fear, it shifts the atmosphere. When you choose truth over comfort, you show others what's possible. You didn't come here to be passive. You came here to break patterns, to radiate higher frequencies, to manifest a reality rooted in love, sovereignty, and spiritual wisdom. You came here to see through the dark and still choose the light. And now, you are doing exactly that. Sign 7. You feel a strong call to step into your mission. You no longer think about your purpose. You feel it vibrating through every part of your being. It's not a mental exercise or a philosophical question anymore. It's a living truth that wakes with you in the morning and follows you into the night. You feel called not by logic, but by something sacred and beyond words. This pull isn't casual or convenient. It's urgent, divine, and unmistakable. You're no longer seeking signs because the feeling itself is the sign. It lives in your gut, in your chest, in your bones. The days of observation are over. Watching, waiting, analyzing it doesn't satisfy your soul anymore. A restlessness has grown inside you, not from lack, but from fullness. You've learned, you've healed, you've awakened, and now that wisdom wants to become action. You can't stay still. You weren't built to stay still. There's a fire rising inside of you that won't be tamed by passivity. You're ready to step forward, not because you know every detail of the path, but because the silence of inaction has become louder than the fear of failure. Even without certainty, you feel ready. You may not have all the steps laid out. You may not have perfect clarity or external validation, but something in you knows this is the moment. You've stopped asking for permission and started walking with intention. You're no longer looking for external proof. You've become your own confirmation. The knowing within you is stronger than the questions around you. And even in uncertainty, you are grounded in trust. That trust is your foundation. That inner fire is your compass. Every day, the mission calls to you louder, and you no longer ignore it. You understand now that being chosen doesn't mean being perfect, it means being willing. Willing to show up, willing to risk, willing to be seen. You're no longer just a student of awakening. You are the embodiment of its completion. You've shifted from absorbing light to radiating it. You've stopped consuming truth and started living it. This is your moment of transition, your turning point from the seeker to the one who serves. What once felt like a distant calling now feels like a command from the soul. You don't need all the answers. You need only to take the next faithful step. You were never meant to awaken just to stay awake. You were meant to awaken so you could rise, lead, heal, and create. The time is no longer someday. The time is now. As we uncover these 7 signs, take a moment to honor how far you've come on your spiritual path. Your presence here shows you're not just awakening, you're evolving. Comment below. My awakening is complete, and I am ready to live in truth. Let this be your affirmation as you step into your highest self. As we close today's journey, remember that spiritual awakening is not just an ending, it's a beginning. When one chapter of awakening ends, another chapter of living in your power begins. Trust that you are guided, supported, and ready to embody the wisdom you've gained. If this message spoke to you, don't forget to like this video, share it with someone who needs it, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. And make sure to turn on the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming videos designed to guide you deeper on your path of spiritual growth. 4. Mysterious signs a higher power is protecting you. Carl Jung once said, "Synchronicity is an ever-present reality for those who have eyes to see." What if those strange coincidences in your life weren't random at all? What if the delays, the detours, the no's that felt like rejection were actually divine protection? In today's video, we explore 4 powerful and mysterious signs that a higher power is silently guiding and shielding you, even when you don't realize it. As you watch, ask yourself, have you ever felt protected by something you couldn't see? Share your thoughts in the comments below. And don't forget to like, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss the spiritual wisdom you deserve. Let's dive into these signs together and uncover how recognizing them can transform your life with purpose and peace. Sign 1. Divine timing. Feels off, but is perfect. Life often throws us into situations that seem entirely out of sync with our desires. Plans fall apart, relationships collapse, and the timing of everything feels wrong. But what if those moments of disarray are not signs of failure, but sacred interruptions? What if every missed opportunity, every delay, and every heartbreak is not a punishment, but a form of protection from a higher power that sees what we cannot? Carl Jung's concept of the trickster archetype speaks to this very mystery. Those seemingly chaotic events that disrupt our carefully laid paths are not meaningless. They are, in fact, messengers of a deeper purpose, sent to awaken our consciousness and guide us away from hidden danger. That job you didn't get, that person who walked away, that plan that collapsed at the last minute each may have been a divine no, redirecting you toward a greater yes. Spirituality teaches us that divine timing is not about convenience, but alignment. When something falls through, it's often because it wasn't in harmony with your soul's highest calling. And while the ego cries out in frustration, the awakened spirit begins to recognize the wisdom behind the apparent setback. As you walk through your own journey, you might begin to see that the detours were not distractions, they were recalibrations. That rejection that once wounded you might have protected your peace. That closed door may have prevented you from walking into a fire. There is a profound intelligence at work beneath the surface of your life, and it is constantly rearranging people, places, and events not to punish you, but to prepare you. Jung understood that the unconscious mind holds truths that the conscious mind cannot yet grasp, and sometimes the universe must disrupt your timeline to make space for your transformation. This spiritual awakening often comes disguised as loss, but it is only through that loss that you begin to see with new eyes and feel with a deeper heart. And while modern society glorifies control and linear progression, spiritual wisdom invites surrender, to trust that delays are not denials, but divine detours shaping you into someone who is truly ready for what's meant for you. You must learn to read the signs not with fear, but with reverence. Every pause is sacred. Every heartbreak is instructive. Every silence is filled with meaning. When things feel like they're falling apart, they may actually be falling into place. Let the discomfort of the moment become your teacher. Let the unanswered prayers become proof of unseen protection. And instead of asking why something didn't happen, begin asking what you were spared from. That is the essence of spiritual maturity, not needing to control the outcome, but learning to dance with the mystery of divine orchestration. It is in this dance that your soul evolves, your vision sharpens, and your trust deepens. And one day, you'll look back not with regret, but with awe, realizing that the timing wasn't wrong. After all, it was perfect. Have you ever experienced moments when everything felt wrong, but later turned out to be divinely perfect? If so, share your story in the comments so others can feel inspired. If not, type "I trust divine timing" below. Let's explore this mysterious spiritual wisdom together. Sign 2. Unexplainable protection in crisis. There are moments in your life when disaster feels imminent, when a car should have hit you, when you were just one decision away from ruin, or when everything seemed to collapse but somehow something shifted. Maybe it was a last-minute phone call that changed your plans, a stranger who delayed you just long enough, or a sudden inner voice urging you not to take that route, make that choice, or trust that person. At first, you might write it off as coincidence, as random luck, but as these moments pile up and form a silent pattern, you begin to sense that they are anything but random. Carl Jung called this the numinous, an unseen, sacred force that makes itself known when human logic fails and rationality reaches its limit. It's in those raw, vulnerable spaces when you're no longer in control, when the ego steps aside, that this higher intelligence steps in. Spirituality teaches us that these divine interferences are not about dramatic miracles, but about subtle, intelligent design. They are evidence of spiritual development unfolding beneath the surface of your daily life, protecting you in ways you don't even realize until long after the danger is past. In the moment, you may feel afraid, overwhelmed, or even abandoned. But what if the very things you label as misfortune or delay are actually forms of protection? What if the closed doors, the failed relationships, the sudden turns are all precisely orchestrated to keep your soul aligned with something greater? The truth is, when you're walking the path of awakening, the universe doesn't just hand you clarity, it tests your trust, your surrender, your openness to signs that defy reason. You may not see the full picture, but you will feel an inner knowing, an inexplicable peace, or the unmistakable presence of something watching over you. In hindsight, those coincidences feel too intentional, too precise, to be meaningless. And when you look closer, you realize they are threads in the invisible fabric of divine guardianship. That is when you understand that spirituality is not just about belief. It's about awareness. It's about recognizing that the forces guiding you are not external fantasies, but deeply embedded truths, responding to your soul's vibration. The more spiritually developed you become, the more sensitive you are to these nudges, what others call intuition, you recognize as divine direction. This is why it's crucial to stay attuned to the unexplainable. Because sometimes, what saves you isn't a person or a plan. It's the presence of a power that rearranges the world around you just enough to keep you safe. It's what turns a tragedy into a breakthrough, a setback into a redirection. In moments when you feel like giving up or questioning why things didn't go your way, remember that protection often disguises itself as rejection, and delays may be divine pauses. Your task is to become spiritually awake enough to recognize the language of this higher force, whether it comes in the form of silence, intuition, timing, or unexpected shelter in the middle of a storm. These aren't just stories. You hear they are happening in your life, perhaps more often than you notice. And each time they do, they are evidence of a profound truth. You are not moving through this world alone. You are being shielded, shaped, and spiritually refined by something infinitely wiser than your mind can grasp. The more you trust in that, the more you'll begin to see that these moments are not only signs of divine protection, they are sacred invitations to deepen your relationship with the unseen world guiding you. If this message resonates with your soul, say it with faith. I am receiving this divine protection in ways I cannot explain. I trust the higher power guiding me. And if you feel seen by this insight, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom so you never miss a moment of truth and awakening. Sign 3. Mistakes become pathways to wisdom. Your mistakes are not evidence of failure. They are sacred keys disguised as pain, unlocking the hidden doors of your soul. Every regret, every wrong turn, every moment you wish you could erase was never a punishment. It was a mirror reflecting back the parts of you that longed to be seen, healed, and reclaimed. Carl Jung taught that the shadow, the unseen, unspoken part of the psyche, reveals itself most powerfully not in our triumphs, but in our errors. It is through these so-called failures that we are given the greatest opportunity for awakening. The shadow isn't darkness meant to be feared. It is intelligence wrapped in mystery, spiritual wisdom coded in discomfort, waiting for the conscious mind to decode it. When you are being protected by a higher power, you start to realize that life does not happen to you. It unfolds for you, even when it hurts. Every time you fall, life is whispering, look deeper. There is something here for you. And as you listen, something remarkable happens. The pain becomes a portal. The shame becomes a signal. And the regret becomes redirection. What once felt like failure now reveals itself as sacred preparation. This is how you begin to awaken, not with perfection, but with permission to see your missteps as maps. With each mistake, your false identities are stripped away, and your true essence begins to rise not as something new, but as something ancient within you finally remembered. Mistakes push you towards self-awareness, not away from it. They disrupt illusions, force humility, and break down the ego that clings to control. And in that breaking, in that beautiful unraveling, the soul expands. The higher self, which was once buried beneath layers of expectation, conditioning, and fear, begins to breathe again. Spiritual protection doesn't always feel like comfort. Sometimes it feels like chaos. But that chaos has an order. There is a hidden harmony in your hardships, a rhythm in your setbacks, a divine timing in your delays. Every no was a hidden yes to something higher. Every ending you grieved was a sacred exit toward your next evolution. Carl Jung said, "One does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious." This is the path of the spiritually intelligent, the ones who no longer view their mistakes as curses, but as conversations with the divine. You are being led, not lost. You are being refined, not rejected. And the more you learn to listen, not just with your ears, but with your energy, the more you will see that your mistakes are not the end of your story. They are the sacred punctuation marks between chapters, the commas where your soul pauses to gather meaning before continuing its deeper journey. When you begin to trust this, when you begin to welcome your flaws as teachers, you are no longer at war with yourself. You are walking in alignment, hand in hand with a higher power, fully awake to the wisdom that has always been guiding you from within. If you've ever felt like your biggest mistakes were secretly guiding you toward deeper wisdom, you're not alone. Join our growing spiritual wisdom community by subscribing to the channel. Here, we explore the signs of divine protection and inner growth. Remember, every misstep can be a message. You are being led, loved, and lifted by something greater. Sign 4. Synchronicities and meaningful coincidences. Synchronicities are not accidents or random events. They are the mysterious fingerprints of a higher power gently brushing across the surface of your everyday life, reminding you that you are never truly alone. When you encounter repeating numbers like 1111, come across the same symbol in different places, or meet someone at the exact moment you needed them most, these are not coincidences. They are precise alignments orchestrated by an unseen intelligence, guiding you toward your highest path. Carl Jung, the father of analytical psychology, described synchronicities as meaningful coincidences that reveal a deeper, interconnected web of existence, the existence of an intelligent spiritual force operating beyond the boundaries of logic and reason. In moments when the world feels uncertain or your path unclear, these signs arrive like whispers from the divine, not to scare or confuse you, but to reassure you that you are being divinely led. They confirm that even when chaos surrounds you, the universe is still in order, and you are part of that order. These synchronicities become especially vivid during periods of spiritual awakening, when your perception expands beyond the surface of things and begins to notice the subtle patterns, symbols, and hidden harmonies that others overlook. It might be the song that plays exactly when you're thinking of a loved one, or a stranger repeating the same phrase you just read in a book. In spiritual terms, these moments are not interruptions. They are invitations. Invitations to trust the process, to step into your inner knowing, and to understand that your life is being watched over by a benevolent force that sees further than you can. As you grow in spiritual wisdom, you begin to realize that every delay, detour, or unexpected turn might be exactly what your soul needs. What seems like a setback is often protection. What feels like a loss is often a redirection. And what appears to be a strange coincidence is often divine timing unfolding perfectly. Synchronicities don't only show you that a higher power exists, they show you that it cares, that it listens, and that it is actively involved in the orchestration of your life. That's why it's essential to develop a deeper awareness, to attune yourself to the symbols and patterns that speak not to your intellect, but to your intuition. Spiritual awakening is not about learning something new. It's about remembering what your soul has always known. These signs are like sacred winks from the universe, gentle confirmations that you are on the right path, even if your mind is full of doubt. So the next time something seemingly strange happens, don't dismiss it. Pause. Reflect. Ask yourself, what message is being sent to me through this? Because in that moment, you are not only witnessing a coincidence, you are standing in the presence of divine guidance. Let it remind you that you are part of a greater whole, that your life has meaning beyond what you can see, and that your path is being guided by a higher power that knows exactly where you're meant to go. Now, close your eyes, take a deep breath, and feel the subtle guidance of the universe aligning everything in your favor. Say with me, I trust the signs. I am on the right path. Everything is unfolding for my highest good. Thank you for joining us on this journey into the unseen forces that may be guiding and protecting you. Sometimes, the signs are subtle moments of unexpected clarity, divine delays, or a quiet inner knowing. But as Carl Jung once said, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. If today's insights resonated with you, don't forget to like this video. Share it with someone who may need a reminder that they're not alone, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Make sure to turn on the notification bell so you won't miss any of our upcoming explorations into spirituality, psychology, and inner transformation. Until next time, stay awakened, stay protected, and trust the journey. "10 clear signs you are a spiritual healer." Carl Jung once said, "Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakens." In this video, we're exploring 10 clear signs that reveal you are a spiritual healer, someone whose presence alone can bring peace and transformation to others. These are not just ideas to listen to. They are principles you can apply in your daily life to nurture personal growth, find happiness, and share healing energy with the world around you. As you reflect on each sign, I encourage you to ask yourself, which of these resonate most deeply with your own journey? Share your thoughts in the comments because your story may inspire someone else who needs to hear it. And if you're ready to embrace your path as a healer, let's dive into this together. Welcome to Spiritual Wisdom. 1. You're sensitive to crowds and energies. Spiritual healers carry within them a gift that often feels like both a blessing and a burden. Heightened sensitivity. They are not passive observers of life. They absorb energies, emotions, and unspoken feelings as if they were their own. When they enter a crowded space, they don't just notice tension or sadness. They feel it in their bodies, sometimes as fatigue, fogginess, or even physical symptoms like headaches or nausea. What others dismiss as being too sensitive is actually a sign of intuitive intelligence, an inner radar tuned to the hidden frequencies of the human spirit. This ability to sense the unseen is not weakness. It is profound spiritual perception, a doorway into wisdom that most people never touch. Because they constantly pick up on the vibrations of others, solitude becomes vital for healers. Quiet is not just an escape. It is a sacred medicine. Silence, stillness, or the sound of leaves rustling in nature become sanctuaries where their nervous system can finally exhale, where their spirit can release the weight it has carried from others, and where their own energy can recalibrate. Without these retreats into stillness, the healer risks being swept away by emotions that were never theirs to carry. This is why practices such as meditation, mindful breathing, or even simple walks in nature are not hobbies, but lifelines, ways of protecting the soul's alignment in a world that demands too much. Throughout life, healers are often misunderstood. They are told they are too emotional, too quiet, or too fragile. Yet these very qualities are what allow them to notice what others overlook. They can sense suffering that is never spoken, grief that has never been expressed, and even anger that hides behind a smile. Their presence often soothes others without words, offering a safe space for pain to soften. But this gift requires protection. Boundaries, self-care, and energetic hygiene are essential, not optional. Without them, the healer's light can flicker, drained by constantly giving without replenishing. Protecting their energy is not selfish. It is survival, the very thing that allows them to continue offering healing to the world. What many label as being overwhelmed is actually a deeper spiritual awakening. When a healer feels exhausted after social gatherings or suddenly weighed down by unexplained sadness, it is their soul signaling that too much has been absorbed. The body speaks where the conscious mind may not fully understand. Paying attention to these signals is a form of wisdom, a reminder that energy must be preserved in order to serve its true purpose. Recharging is not laziness, it is preparation. Just as a musician must rest their hands to create music again, the healer must rest their soul to channel light once more. To embrace this truth is to honor the calling. Sensitivity is not a flaw, but a compass pointing toward one's spiritual purpose. In a society that numbs itself with constant noise, healers remain reminders of what it means to feel deeply and to live with awareness. By valuing their solitude, protecting their energy, and respecting their gift, they allow their power to grow stronger. And when they affirm their truth, I honor my sensitivity. I protect my energy. I trust this message is meant for me today. They step fully into the role the universe designed for them. Carriers of light in a world that often forgets how to see. 2. You've been through deep pain or trauma. You have been through deep pain and trauma, yet instead of destroying you, it has awakened something powerful within. Childhood wounds, betrayal, abandonment, illness, or even near-death experiences were not accidents. They were part of your soul's preparation, a sacred training ground shaping you into who you are now. Carl Jung once said, "There is no coming to consciousness without pain, and each heartbreak you endured sharpened your sensitivity. Every storm you faced cracked open your compassion, and every scar became a seed of empathy and wisdom. Unlike most, you don't just recognize suffering, you feel it deeply in others, even when no words are spoken. And that is why people instinctively feel safe in your presence. They sense you truly understand, not because you studied it in a book, but because you lived it in your own soul." Spiritual healing is not about perfection or being untouched by hardship. It is about what you choose to do with the darkness you've known. Where others collapse under the weight of suffering, you transform it into light, insight, and peace. This is not a talent. It is your calling. You don't need to fix people with quick solutions because your very energy becomes the medicine they need. You've walked the path from brokenness to breakthrough, and because of that, you radiate healing without even trying. While most run from pain, you have learned to sit with it, to face your shadows, and to make peace with them. That is why you can now guide others through their own struggles. You don't lecture, you listen. You don't force change, you hold space for it. And that is what marks a true spiritual healer: the ability to remain gentle in a world that tried to harden you, the choice to stay kind when cruelty wanted to make you bitter, and the courage to rise from the ashes again and again, proving that what looked like an ending was in fact a beginning. This is not weakness, it is strength in its purest form. You have become a channel for grace because you allowed your pain to be transformed into wisdom. The very experiences that once threatened to break you are now the reason you can help others heal. Your scars are no longer wounds, but symbols of sacred power. Your survival is no longer just survival, it has become purpose. And that purpose draws people to you without effort, because your life itself is living proof that healing is possible. You don't need credentials or titles. Your soul already knows the work it came here to do. Every hardship has been shaping you, preparing you to carry light for those still walking in darkness. Without words, you bring peace. Without effort, you offer comfort. Your presence alone becomes a reminder that spirituality is not about escaping pain, but about transforming it into growth, wisdom, and purpose. That is why others feel drawn to you, because through your story, they see that they too can rise. So take pride in your journey and let your scars shine as evidence that beauty can emerge from brokenness. If you are ready to embrace that power, declare it boldly: "My pain has a purpose." In doing so, you remind yourself and others that spiritual development is never wasted. Every wound becomes a doorway to healing, and every struggle holds the seed of transformation. 3. You've experienced a dark night of the soul. You've walked through the darkest corridors of your soul, where everything seemed to collapse, and life itself felt stripped of meaning. It wasn't just sadness, it was a profound unraveling, a night where your very identity dissolved into shadows. But from within that void, something powerful began to stir. You started to feel more deeply, sense energies more vividly, and awaken to dimensions you never knew existed. That suffering became the soil of transformation, and within it, the sacred gift of the healer was born. As Carl Jung once said, "In all chaos there is a cosmos, in all disorder a secret order, and your chaos carried the seed of your calling." The journey of a healer is never written in comfort. It is forged through wounds, echoing the archetype of the shaman across cultures. Shamans were not chosen for perfection, but for the depth of their pain, because pain itself opens doors into unseen worlds. Illness, despair, and loss strip a person of everything false, leaving only truth, awareness, and power. Your own story mirrors this timeless pattern. What you endured was not a random misfortune, but a sacred initiation, awakening an intelligent spiritual wisdom that allows you to see into the heart of suffering and guide others through their storms with compassion that cannot be faked. In modern times, such awakenings are often misunderstood. Society may call it depression, burnout, or fragility. But what if your breakdown was your soul breaking open? What if what looked like collapse was actually alignment with your true path? Healers are often chosen through fire. Their trials become the refining flames that sharpen empathy, deepen compassion, and awaken inner knowing. As Jung reminded us, there is no coming to consciousness without pain. That pain was never meant to destroy you. It was meant to shape you. Think of Anna, a young woman working tirelessly in a hospital. When she lost her child, her grief shattered her world. She withdrew, questioning everything she had once trusted. Yet in the silence of her despair, something new emerged. She turned to meditation, energy work, and holistic practices. Her hands, once trained for medical routines, began moving with intuitive grace. Her voice carried healing. Her presence radiated peace, and her sorrow transformed into strength. Through her own healing, she discovered a power greater than she had ever imagined, the ability to heal the souls of others. When you've survived your own darkness, you carry a rare gift. You don't fear shadows anymore. Instead, you hold space for others to walk through theirs. You don't rush to fix, but you listen with depth. You don't flinch at pain, because you recognize it in another's eyes as the reflection of your own. That is the essence of being a healer, not a certificate, not a title, but a truth etched into your very soul. Healing flows not only through your words or actions, but through your very presence, a living medicine that transmits light and safety without needing to be explained. Your trauma, then, was never meaningless. It was an activation of your destiny. It carved out space within you for greater love, deeper wisdom, and infinite compassion. The wound that once brought you to your knees became the doorway through which your purpose entered. By choosing to step through that doorway, you accepted your calling. You are not merely surviving, you are radiating healing through your story, your energy, and your silent strength. Jung said, "The most terrifying thing is to accept oneself completely. And when you do, your wholeness becomes a sanctuary for others." If you face the night and now feel the light rising again, know it is no accident. This is your path, your purpose. Comment below, "I rise with purpose," to affirm your awakening and inspire others to step into their own light. 4. Your presence lifts others up. Even without saying a word, your presence brings peace to others. You walk into a space, and suddenly, people feel a little calmer, a little lighter. It's not something you try to do. It simply happens. You radiate an energy that shifts the atmosphere, making others feel safe, supported, and seen. This isn't about being the loudest voice in the room. It's about the silent power you carry, the kind that reaches people on a soul level. People may not always be able to explain it, but they are drawn to you. They confide in you. They feel lighter after spending time near you. And often, they leave your presence without the emotional heaviness they came with. It's as if your energy helps them breathe easier, even if you don't say a single word. You're not necessarily giving advice or solutions, you're simply being, and your being is healing. This is the quiet essence of a true spiritual healer. Your ability to soothe others likely stems from your own personal journey. You've faced hardships. You've walked through emotional fire and emerged with compassion as your language. And now, without effort, that compassion extends to others. You hold space for people in a way that allows them to be vulnerable, to release pain, to feel understood without needing to explain themselves. You don't push them to heal. You create an energetic environment where healing naturally unfolds. It's not uncommon for people like you to be mistaken as merely good listeners or easy to talk to. But it goes deeper. Your energy is a sanctuary. Being around you feels like coming home warm, accepting, and peaceful. The emotional clarity others gain isn't from your words, it's from your presence. You absorb what's heavy and radiate what's light. And often, you do it without even realizing it. There's a reason the soul chooses to express healing, not just through action, but through presence. A spiritual healer doesn't need a stage. They just need to exist fully and authentically. As you move through the world with this gentle strength, remember that you're playing a vital role. Your presence uplifts not because it's loud, but because it's real. And in a world so often full of noise, your quiet energy speaks volumes. If your presence brings peace to others, it's a sign of your inner light. Don't forget to subscribe for more insights on how your quiet energy can be a powerful force for healing in this world. 5. Deep connection with nature. Those who carry the gift of spiritual healing are never separate from the living pulse of the earth. When you step into the quiet of the forest, you are not walking among trees. You are entering a temple where every branch is a prayer and every leaf is a hymn. The ocean does not simply sparkle. It speaks, sending ripples of wisdom into your soul. You feel peace in the whisper of the wind, clarity in the crash of waves, and renewal in the silence of mountains that have stood for centuries. Nature is not a backdrop to your existence. It is the rhythm of your soul itself. You sense its energy in ways others cannot. The subtle electricity before a storm stirs an ancient memory inside you. A sunrise carries a message of renewal, and the soil beneath your feet radiates the healing you seek. Even in your dreams, you are drawn to untouched landscapes, to rivers, forests, and open skies, not to escape reality, but to return to simplicity, to truth, to the essence of who you are when the world's noise fades into stillness. In these sacred spaces, you are not simply resting, you are remembering. You are returning to the earth's frequency, where your energy flows in harmony without resistance. That is why crowded places may feel heavy, why the artificial glow of city lights leaves you restless or drained. Your soul was never meant to be confined within walls of concrete and noise. It was born to breathe with the trees, to move with the tides, to rise and fall with the stars. Because you are attuned to something ancient, your body naturally responds. You crave sunlight, not just for warmth, but because it nourishes your spirit. You walk barefoot, not for comfort, but to ground your energy deep into the earth's core. You feel drawn to herbal remedies, to the scent of rain, to the silver glow of moonlight, not out of preference, but out of recognition. These are not hobbies. They are signals, signs of a spiritual memory awakening, reminders that you are walking a path you have walked before. This connection is more than intuition. It is confirmation. It reveals that your soul carries the vibration of healing, and nature is the tuning fork that keeps you aligned. When you carry this harmony within you, others sense it. They may not understand why, but in your presence they feel calmer, lighter, more balanced. That is the quiet strength of someone whose spirit is synced with the earth. Your energy restores without words. Your presence heals without effort. Carl Jung once said, "Knowing your own darkness is the best method for dealing with the darkness of other people. And when you are rooted in the wisdom of nature, you embody this truth. You understand that healing is not about control, but about alignment, not about force, but about returning to the flow of life itself." The lesson is clear. Your bond with the natural world is not random, and it is not weakness. It is your greatest gift. It is one of the clearest signs that you are a spiritual healer, carrying a calling that extends beyond yourself to touch the lives of others and to help restore balance to the earth itself. So honor the pull you feel toward the forest, the waves, the stars, and the open skies. Listen when your soul longs for silence, for rivers, for mountain winds, because in those moments you are not escaping, you are stepping into your truest frequency. Carry this awareness with reverence. Let it shape your spiritual development, and never doubt the power of your presence. If this truth speaks to your soul, affirm it now. I feel the healing power of nature flowing through me. I am one with the earth, and peace surrounds me. 6. Extreme emotional sensitivity. Empathic abilities. Extreme emotional sensitivity is one of the most undeniable signs that you are a spiritual healer. For you do not merely notice when someone is upset, you embody it. You feel their pain in your chest before they have spoken a word. When heavy energy enters the room, it strikes you like a sudden storm. Yet when joy appears, you receive it as though the sun itself were pouring into your soul. You are an emotional antenna, tuned to frequencies others cannot hear. And this sensitivity is not weakness, but sacred intelligence, spiritual wisdom that allows you to walk into hidden depths of the human heart. People gravitate toward you because around you they feel safe, accepted, and understood without explanation. Strangers open up their lives, and friends confess things they never planned to share. This is not coincidence. It is the quiet magnetism of your gift. What some call too sensitive is in truth the greatest instrument of healing. For your emotions function as a diagnostic device, pointing you toward wounds carefully hidden behind smiles. You carry the warmth that turns coldness into comfort, the silent presence that allows another soul to exhale. As Carl Jung once said, knowing your own darkness is the best method for dealing with the darkness of other people. Your sensitivity is the doorway through which light enters where pain once lived. Still, such openness is not without burden. Crowds overwhelm you. Conflict feels like thunder shaking your bones, and even the nightly news can leave you weary. You have likely wondered why you feel so much, why the world weighs so heavily on your shoulders. But this intensity is not a curse. It is your compass, guiding you toward those who need your light the most. It is through this gift that you sense what others cannot articulate, and in that sensing, you offer hope before words are spoken. Consider Alina, a young woman working in a busy cafe. Her duty was to serve coffee, yet her deeper purpose could not be measured in transactions. One day, a man came in with a polite smile, appearing whole on the surface. But Alina felt something trembling beneath his facade, a despair too quiet for others to notice. As she placed his cup in his hand, she gently whispered, "Whatever it is, it will pass." In that instant, his eyes welled with tears. Days later, he returned to tell her that those simple words had kept him from making a devastating choice. She had done nothing dramatic. She had simply allowed her empathy to speak. That is the unseen miracle of a spiritual healer. To heal without trying, to save without announcing. Your gift is not loud, not flamboyant, but subtle, delicate, and powerful in its silence. In a world that prizes hardness, your calling is to remain tender. For tenderness is not fragility, but strength in its purest form. Your emotional sensitivity is your compass, your radar, your sacred tool. To honor it, to protect it, to wield it with wisdom, is to step fully into who you were meant to be. Carl Jung wrote, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." And who you are is not just a feeler of pain, but a healer of hearts. Let this truth settle within you. Your sensitivity is not your weakness, it is your superpower. It is the light you carry into a darkened world, the softness that mends what has been broken, the presence that allows others to feel human again. Protect it, embrace it, and use it as the sacred gift it was always meant to be. If this resonates with your soul, let it be known as the comment below. My sensitivity is my superpower. In doing so, you are not only claiming your gift, you are shining your light so that others may have the courage to embrace their own. 7. Vivid and spiritually significant dreams. Vivid dreams that carry spiritual weight are often not just the mind wandering, they're portals. People who are natural spiritual healers tend to be strong dreamers, not because they sleep deeper than others, but because their souls remain awake and alert even in the unconscious state. These dreams are more than just images. They're experiences. During the night, many healers visit the astral plane, a dimension beyond the physical where time bends and the soul can roam freely. In these spaces, they meet spiritual beings, ancestors, or guides who pass on subtle but powerful messages. These encounters don't just feel real, they leave emotional imprints and deep clarity, often offering direction or answers that the waking mind had been seeking. Such dreams often contain messages from the higher self, signs from the universe, or glimpses into the future. Sometimes, you may find yourself dreaming about places you've never visited, but that feel hauntingly familiar, or interacting with beings who speak in symbols rather than words. The body sleeps, but the healer's energy is still in motion, processing, sensing, and absorbing. Many of these dreams come right before or after major shifts, healing crises, awakenings, or transformations, because they're meant to prepare, warn, or empower. One may wake up with a strong sense that something needs to be done or changed, without being able to logically explain why. That is spiritual intelligence in motion. When you carry healing energy, you also carry a frequency that aligns with the subtle realms. This means your spirit becomes like a radio receiver, tuned in to higher wavelengths. That's why these dream experiences feel different from regular dreams. They don't vanish upon waking. Instead, they linger, pull at your attention, and reveal new layers of meaning as the days go by. Some even return in patterns or cycles, as if spirit is asking you to pay attention to a lesson you've missed. If your dreams bring healing to your emotions, offer insights you couldn't possibly know, or simply feel like they're more than dreams they probably are. For spiritual healers, these nighttime journeys serve as training grounds. You may be taught how to move energy, how to forgive and release pain, or how to prepare for the next stage of your soul's purpose. Even if the images are symbolic, the healing is real. In fact, many spiritual healers experience physical or emotional shifts after such dreams, waking up lighter, crying without explanation, or feeling drained after a battle that only happened in the astral world. It's because the healing work continues, even while the body rests. When dreams become bridges between dimensions, when sleep becomes a sacred classroom, and when messages flow through images rather than words, this is a sign you are deeply connected to the spiritual world. It is also one of the clearest signs that you are a spiritual healer, even if you haven't yet fully stepped into that role. Have your dreams ever felt more like messages than mere sleep stories? If you've received spiritual insights or powerful visions in your dreams, share your experience in the comments below so others can be inspired. If you haven't explored this realm yet, comment, "I'm ready to receive," and open your heart to divine guidance tonight. 8. Deep compassion and the urge to help others. You feel it in your chest, the sharp ache when someone else is hurting, even if they never say a word. Their pain becomes your pain. You don't just sympathize, you internalize. This is not weakness. It's the unmistakable signature of a spiritual healer. You were born with a heart that refuses to look away, a soul that cannot stay still in the face of suffering. The need to help others isn't a choice. It's a calling etched into your very being. But this gift, as sacred as it is, demands wisdom. Without it, your compassion can become a trap. You may begin to believe that love means sacrificing your well-being. You might start bending over backwards for others, losing yourself in the process. This is how natural-born healers can fall into patterns of people-pleasing and emotional codependency. You give so much of your energy away that you're left depleted, quietly breaking under the weight of others' wounds. Still, there's a way to serve without surrendering yourself. Take Jessica, for instance, a school counselor with an instinct to care for every troubled student. She once met Mia, a girl who never spoke, never smiled. Instead of trying to fix her, Jessica simply sat beside her each day during lunch. No pressure, no expectations, just presence. Weeks passed. Then one day, Mia whispered, "I feel safe with you." That moment didn't require grand gestures. It was the silent power of grounded compassion. Jessica's ability to hold space, not just offer solutions, became the healing force Mia needed. This is the quiet mastery of a spiritual healer. It's not about rescuing people or absorbing their pain. It's about radiating peace, being a mirror of safety, and understanding that sometimes the most powerful healing comes from simply being there. True healers know when to pour in and when to pull back. They learn to protect their light while still offering warmth. They understand that boundaries are not walls. They're sacred containers that keep their energy clean, focused, and effective. As Ram Dass said, you can do it like it's a great weight on you, or you can do it like it's part of the dance. To heal wisely is to embrace the dance, to move with grace between caring deeply and standing firmly. To realize that you are not here to carry everyone's burdens, but to remind them that they can carry their own. So if your heart breaks open for the hurting, if your instinct is to reach out, to soothe, to restore, then yes, you are a spiritual healer. But never forget, healing flows from overflow, not emptiness. Your compassion is your power, and your boundaries are what make it sustainable. If this message speaks to your soul, take a deep breath and repeat after me. I am a vessel of compassion, guided by wisdom and protected by healthy boundaries. 9. People open up to you instantly. People seem to open up to you without hesitation. Within minutes of meeting, strangers begin sharing their deepest fears, heartbreaks, and life stories. They don't know why, but you do. It's your energy. You carry a calm, healing presence that feels like sanctuary to those who are hurting. It's not what you say, it's what you are. You are safe. You are grounding. You are light. This is not random. It's a sign that you are a spiritual healer. People sense that you won't judge them. You listen with your whole being, not just your ears. Your silence is comforting. Your gaze is kind, and your spirit feels like home. Like wounded birds finding shelter in a tree during a storm, broken souls come to rest in your energy. They feel seen without having to explain. They feel heard even before they speak. This is your gift and also your challenge. Because when you carry such a strong healing vibration, people will come to you over and over again. They may not always give back what you offer. Their pain might become your burden if you don't learn to protect your energy. As much as you want to help everyone, you must remember this truth. You can be compassionate without being consumed. You can be open without being emptied. You are not here to save everyone. You are here to remind people they can save themselves. Your path as a healer is not just about comforting others. It's about learning balance. Spiritual healing begins with self-awareness. You must learn to ground your energy, shield your spirit, and release what isn't yours. Breath work, visualization, prayer, silence, these are your tools. Not just to serve others, but to sustain yourself. Because if you burn out, your light dims, and others need that light more than you know. This ability to attract openness from others is a sacred responsibility. And when you understand how to carry it wisely, you stop absorbing pain and start transforming it. You become a mirror, reflecting strength back to the wounded. You remind them of their power, not by fixing them, but by being fully yourself. That's what makes your presence healing. That's what makes you a true spiritual healer. To affirm your role as a safe space for others, declare your intention to protect your energy while offering light. Comment below, I hold space with grace to honor your gift and inspire others to do the same. 10. Need for solitude to recharge. Being around others constantly drains you, not because you don't care, but because you care deeply. As a spiritual healer, you are highly empathic. absorbing not only words, but unspoken emotions, subtle energy shifts, and silent wounds that others may not even realize they carry. This intense sensitivity makes solitude not a luxury, but a lifeline. When you're alone, you're not escaping the world. You're returning to yourself, finding balance after being stretched by the energetic weight of others. Solitude becomes your sacred space to reflect, to reset, and to release everything that is not yours. It is here, in the quiet, that your soul breathes. Without the background noise of others' emotions, you can finally hear your own thoughts, reconnect with your inner guidance, and remember why you are here. This is not isolation. It is alignment. It is not loneliness. It is spiritual clarity. In these moments of stillness, you feel God closer, your energy clears, and your mission as a healer becomes more focused. Empaths and spiritual healers often operate like energetic sponges, soaking in the moods and vibrations of everyone around them. Left unchecked, this constant exchange can lead to fatigue, emotional confusion, or burnout. That's why time alone is essential. It is how you cleanse, how you recharge, and how you protect your sacred frequency. In solitude, you create energetic boundaries that allow you to serve without losing yourself in the process. This is the wisdom of self-preservation, not selfishness. Many people might not understand your need for space. They may label you quiet, distant, or even cold. But deep down, you know that this space is where your power is reborn. It's where you recalibrate your energy so you can return to the world not just present, but empowered. You are not meant to carry everyone's weight endlessly. You are meant to guide, not absorb. Solitude helps you discern that fine line. The more you honor your need to retreat, the stronger your intuition becomes. Divine guidance flows more clearly when you're not distracted by external noise. Your energy field strengthens, your heart stays soft, and your purpose becomes unshakable. In solitude, you are not alone. You are surrounded by peace, truth, and the sacred frequency of your soul. That's why solitude is not only your refuge, it's your resurrection. And so, the journey of discovering the signs of a spiritual healer is not just about recognition, but about embracing the sacred responsibility that comes with it. Remember, as Carl Jung once said, "Who looks outside dreams, who looks inside awakes." If today's message resonated with you, let it be a reminder that your awakening is not accidental. It is a call to step into your purpose. Thank you for spending this time with us. If you found value in this video, please like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. And don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming insights on spirituality and spiritual awakening. 6 powerful reasons why the INFJ is neurodivergent. The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. Carl Jung. Have you ever felt like your mind works in ways others can't quite understand? If so, you're not alone, and you might just be among the rare 1% known as the INFJ. In today's video on Spiritual Wisdom, we explore 6 powerful reasons why INFJs are not just rare, but profoundly neurodivergent, wired for deep perception, heightened intuition, and visionary insight. Carl Jung believed that true individuality often sets us apart from the world, and in this case, being different may just be your greatest gift. As you watch, reflect on how your unique way of thinking might be the very path to your personal growth and happiness. Have you ever felt misunderstood for your sensitivity or depth? Share your experience in the comments below. We want to hear your voice. 1. Unique cognitive processing. INFJs process the world through introverted intuition, a nonlinear, unconscious system that gathers subtle details, patterns, and emotional currents beneath the surface of daily life. Unlike linear thinkers who seek answers through logic or step-by-step analysis, INFJs allow insights to rise organically from deep within. These insights seem to arrive out of nowhere, but in truth, they are the product of a mind constantly weaving together meaning behind the scenes. This cognitive style mirrors traits seen in certain neurodivergent profiles, like autism and ADHD, not because INFJs are disordered, but because their minds are designed to move through the world differently, with spiritual intelligence and profound emotional resonance. Their silence isn't absence, it's processing. Their distance isn't apathy, it's observation. And their deep, layered reflections aren't confusion. They're a form of wisdom that defies the surface. Carl Jung understood this deeply, naming intuition as a central function in his psychological types, and reminding us that what society deems irrational may be the very source of higher knowing. INFJs don't just interpret life, they feel it before it unfolds. Their inner world is filled with symbolism, metaphor, and emotional truth that often precedes logic. They live in a constant dance between the subconscious and the superconscious, navigating life not by facts alone, but by spiritual resonance. In a world that moves fast and praises shallow clarity, this can make them feel alien. But that alienation is the signal they are meant to move differently, to offer perspectives that challenge conventional rhythms and awaken unseen truths. In daily life, this often looks like absorbing emotional energy without words, recognizing patterns in human behavior before others notice, and experiencing sudden revelations that feel more like downloads than thoughts. These aren't accidents. They're signs of an inner coherence that transcends ordinary cognition. INFJs can sense future outcomes, intuit hidden motives, and hold space for emotional healing in a way that can only be described as sacred. This isn't just sensitivity, it's a rare form of spiritual intelligence. Their neurodivergence is not a condition, it's a calling. When others are confused by chaos, INFJs often see the deeper meaning. When others avoid pain, INFJs find purpose through it. They are wired for transformation. In the landscape of spiritual awakening, INFJs often serve as unconscious guides. They walk the edge between worlds, the logical and the symbolic, the seen and the unseen, the now and the not yet. They are not here to fit in, but to realign the collective by simply being what they are. Deeply feeling, profoundly perceptive, and unapologetically nonlinear. Their minds do not move in straight lines because their purpose is not confined to the known. It is to remind us that healing doesn't always look like a diagnosis. It sometimes looks like a different kind of mind, born to interpret the soul. Comment below. I think differently, and that's my power. If you resonate with the unique way INFJs process the world around them. 2. Heightened sensory sensitivity. INFJs experience the world through a finely tuned nervous system that responds with extraordinary intensity to both physical and emotional stimuli. Loud noises can feel invasive. Bright lights can cause discomfort. And even the scent of a strong perfume or the chaos of a cluttered room can feel suffocating. This heightened sensory awareness is not a weakness or a personal preference. It's a neurological reality that aligns closely with sensory processing sensitivity, a recognized trait within the neurodivergent spectrum. But what sets the INFJ apart is not just their sensitivity to the outer world, but their deep internal processing of it. Carl Jung recognized the INFJ's dominant function of introverted intuition as a spiritual radar, constantly scanning for deeper patterns, meanings, and emotional resonance in every encounter. When an INFJ withdraws from social gatherings, avoids overstimulating environments, or seeks solitude, it is not antisocial behavior. It is necessary, energetic regulation. The world is too loud for their spiritual frequency. They don't just see people, they feel them. They don't just hear words, they absorb intention. And when the environment is too much, too fast, too loud, too chaotic, they retreat not to escape, but to return to coherence. This trait is not merely neurological, it is deeply spiritual. INFJs are often drawn toward practices like mindfulness, breathwork, journaling, or solitude, not because they are trendy, but because they are survival tools. These rituals are sacred recalibrations, ways of restoring their energetic field after being in contact with overwhelming stimuli. In a world obsessed with productivity and performance, their nervous system demands purpose and presence. What others overlook, INFJs intuitively decode. A simple facial expression, a shift in energy, or an unspoken word can carry entire emotional stories. This makes them both spiritually gifted and emotionally exhausted. Their sensory system is not just responding, it's reading, interpreting, translating, feeling, and then processing it all on a soul level. And that's why their lives require more silence, more space, more spiritual boundaries. Without these, INFJs burn out. Their need for order, clarity, and beauty isn't about aesthetics. It's about survival in a world that often feels too loud for their depth. To thrive, they must design lives that honor their internal rhythm, not suppress it. Spiritual development for the INFJ begins when they stop apologizing for their sensitivity and start treating it like the superpower it is. When they learn to filter not just sounds and smells, but also energies and emotions, they become alchemists of human experience. Their path isn't about fitting into a chaotic world. It's about showing that depth, presence, and attunement to subtle realities are not only valid, but vital. So if you feel things deeply, if you need more silence than others, if the noise of the world makes you feel fractured, you are not broken. You are attuned to a different frequency. Honor it. Your spiritual growth begins where your nervous system feels safe enough to open. Sensory sensitivity isn't a curse. It's a compass pointing you back to the truth of who you are. Don't forget to subscribe for more wisdom on how heightened sensitivity can be a gift, not a glitch in a world that often misunderstands your depth. 3. Deep empathy and emotional intensity. INFJs don't just understand emotions, they absorb them with a depth that defies logic, often feeling the weight of someone else's sadness before a word is spoken. Their empathy isn't surface level, it's cellular. They carry the emotional frequencies of others within their own nervous systems, which means they don't just witness pain, they become it. This intense emotional tracking system isn't a personality quirk. It's a neurodivergent trait, rooted in heightened sensory sensitivity and deep intuitive processing. Carl Jung, who first introduced this rare personality type, believed that the most awakened individuals are those who courageously explore their inner world. INFJs live in that inner world constantly. When you speak to them, they don't just hear you, they feel you. And when they watch a film, hear a song, or read a story, they don't consume it passively. They're spiritually transported into its emotional landscape. This emotional absorption often mirrors traits seen in highly sensitive persons, HSPs, and those on the autism spectrum, who experience stimuli, especially emotional stimuli, with profound intensity. Because of this, INFJs often find the world overwhelming. While others can brush off negativity, they internalize it, often without even realizing they've done so. They may feel exhausted after social gatherings, not because they're shy, but because their minds and hearts have been flooded with unspoken emotional data. They are constantly decoding tone, energy, and micro-expressions, sometimes even sensing things the speaker hasn't consciously admitted. This kind of intuitive overload leads them to seek solitude not as a form of escape, but as a sacred practice of emotional purification. INFJs need solitude the way others need sleep. Without it, their nervous system short-circuits under the weight of collective energy. And yet, their emotional depth is not a flaw. It's a manifestation of spiritual wisdom in action. They are wired to care, to sense, to feel beyond the veil. But in a world that worships emotional numbness and celebrates superficial connections, such sensitivity is often misunderstood or dismissed as weakness. The truth is, INFJs function on a frequency that doesn't match the noise of modern life. Their brains are wired for pattern recognition, symbolic meaning, and moral coherence. They don't just want to understand the what, they crave the why. And this makes their emotional responses more complex, layered, and existential. It's why they can feel joy and sorrow simultaneously, why they cry during moments of beauty, and why they sometimes retreat into silence when there's too much to process. INFJs are emotional alchemists, turning pain into compassion, chaos into clarity. But this gift comes with a cost. It requires boundaries. It demands rest. It calls for environments that support, not exploit, their rare vibration. Their emotional intensity is a form of spiritual intelligence, a sign that they're not just surviving this world. They're feeling it, healing it, and carrying it, one vibration at a time. Are you someone who feels the emotions of others so deeply it sometimes feels like your own heart is speaking for the world? If yes, comment below. I feel deeply, but I remain grounded. Let this be your reminder that your empathy is not a weakness. It's your superpower, and you have the inner strength to channel it with wisdom. 4. Preference for solitude and deep focus. While all introverts need alone time, INFJs depend on solitude not as a preference, but as a neurological and spiritual necessity. Their minds absorb stimuli like sponges every glance, tone, or unspoken emotion, and without intentional periods of withdrawal, their systems begin to short-circuit. In many ways, their experience reflects that of neurodivergent individuals whose nervous systems process the world with heightened sensitivity, requiring low stimulation environments just to maintain equilibrium. This is not just introversion, it is an energetic reality. INFJs often find themselves overstimulated in social settings, not because they dislike people, but because every interaction is processed on multiple levels: emotionally, intellectually, intuitively, and energetically. A simple conversation becomes a data stream of hidden meanings, micro-expressions, energetic shifts, and emotional undercurrents. Their brain, like an intricate web of insight, needs time to sort and interpret what others often bypass. Without solitude, they experience what spiritual psychology calls fragmentation, where the self loses coherence under the pressure of external input. Solitude becomes their sanctuary, their sacred ground for integration, where they can realign with their inner voice, recover their frequency, and make sense of the chaos. This need for deep focus mirrors the state of spiritual awakening, where silence becomes not emptiness, but presence, where stillness is not lack, but alignment. In solitude, INFJs engage with their subconscious minds in the way Carl Jung described as active imagination, a bridge between the conscious and unconscious, where they are not simply resting, but communing with the deeper truths of the psyche. During these solitary moments, they enter a kind of flow state, tuning into wisdom that is both ancient and futuristic, emotional yet objective, personal yet universal. In this sacred stillness, they recalibrate their energy, refocus their thoughts, and restore their inner balance. In today's noisy world, where hyperconnectivity is mistaken for purpose and being constantly on is praised as productivity, the INFJ teaches us that withdrawal is not escape, it is intelligence. Emotional intelligence, spiritual intelligence, energy intelligence. Their craving for solitude is a signal that their soul is downloading insight that cannot be accessed through noise or distraction. This is why so many INFJs become visionaries, counselors, healers, or writers, not because they enjoy isolation, but because isolation allows them to access depth. They are not meant to keep up with the speed of surface-level reality. They are here to slow things down, to process complexity, and to give language to the unseen. If you're an INFJ, you are not too sensitive, too intense, or too private. You are tuned to a different frequency. Your solitude is your sacred technology. And if you're not an INFJ, but you know one, love one, or lead one, understand this. When they retreat, they are not disconnecting. They are recharging. Respect that process. They will return from solitude not smaller, but brighter, more coherent, more themselves. In the stillness, they are not alone. They are communing with a deeper truth that many fear to face. And in honoring that truth, they offer the world something irreplaceable. Insight born not from reaction, but from reflection. A kind of spiritual wisdom that can only be accessed by those brave enough to walk alone. Do you feel most alive in your solitude and deepest when the world is quiet? If that's your truth, declare it in the comments. I focus in silence, and that's my power. 5. Nonlinear creative expression. INFJs embody a nonlinear creative genius that defies conventional patterns and reflects a deeper intelligence few truly comprehend. Their thoughts do not follow a straight path. They loop, spiral, dance between realities, leaping intuitively from one symbol to the next. This unique style of processing is often misunderstood in a world that glorifies structure and step-by-step logic. But in truth, it reflects a neurodivergent brilliance, closely aligned with the way spiritually advanced and emotionally sensitive individuals interact with life. INFJs do not operate through mere intellect. They navigate through insight. Their mind is like an ecosystem where memories, archetypes, dreams, and emotions all exist on the same plane, allowing them to make powerful, creative connections others would miss entirely. This is why their creations often feel timeless and spiritually charged, as if they are drawing from something beyond the five senses. In this way, INFJs share a kinship with neurodivergent minds, such as those with ADHD or dyslexia, not in limitation, but in liberation. Their best work emerges not from rigid schedules or external pressure, but from inner resonance, divine timing, and soulful alignment. They are not just artists. They are intuitives, oracles, storytellers of the unseen world. Carl Jung, whose psychological theories form the foundation of much of modern spirituality and inner work, recognized intuition as a function that taps into the collective unconscious. INFJs, with their dominant introverted intuition, often receive ideas in flashes not by deduction, but by deep energetic knowledge. They don't figure things out in a linear fashion. They recognize truth as it emerges from within. This is why they can appear scattered on the outside while experiencing profound inner clarity. Their nonlinear expression is not chaos. It is sacred order unfolding through the soul's own rhythm. When you observe an INFJ in creative flow, you're witnessing a spiritual event. Their energy is communing with something higher, pulling from a well of wisdom and symbolism to birth something entirely original. They may write a single sentence that holds the weight of 1,000 emotions, or construct a concept that shatters conventional boundaries while elevating collective consciousness. This kind of intelligence does not seek approval, it seeks meaning. And meaning for the INFJ is never manufactured. It is felt, lived, channeled, and revealed. INFJs need emotional spaciousness, silence, and sovereignty to do their best work. Their creativity is not about productivity. It is about spiritual awakening, healing, and revealing hidden truths. The world often misunderstands this, labeling their nonlinear nature as inefficiency or indecision, when in reality, they are navigating multiple timelines of perception at once. They are not just thinking, they are intuiting, integrating, and alchemizing. The gift of nonlinear expression lies in its ability to birth something that could never be accessed through logic alone. This is not just a cognitive style, it is a spiritual language. It is the language of pattern, synchronicity, myth, metaphor, and prophecy. INFJs carry a kind of creative frequency that reshapes reality through their ability to channel emotional truth into symbolic form. Whether it's through art, writing, conversation, or silence, their expression serves a higher function: to awaken, to mirror, to bring coherence to what is often unseen. Their neurodivergence is not a deviation from normalcy. It is a divine deviation from limitation. So if you're an INFJ, embrace your spirals. Follow the threads that pull you toward what others may not understand. Your nonlinear process is not something to fix. It is a sacred design, a bridge between dimensions, and a vital part of your spiritual development. What others perceive as messy is simply your soul in motion. Trust that. Your creativity is not meant to fit the world. It's meant to expand it. And that is a power very few possess. If this resonates with your soul's creative rhythm, leave a like, subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom, and tap the notification bell so you never miss insights like this. Type in the comments, "I express my creativity freely and fearlessly," to claim the power of your nonlinear genius. 6. Struggles with executive functioning. Despite possessing rare spiritual wisdom and high emotional intelligence, INFJs often face intense struggles with executive functioning that are frequently misunderstood. What appears on the outside as procrastination, indecision, or disorganization is actually a deep inner conflict caused by mental overload, emotional sensitivity, and a constant flood of internal dialogue. This is not about laziness. It's about the overwhelming responsibility they feel to do things with precision, meaning, and alignment. INFJs are not wired for surface-level action. They're wired for depth, which often makes linear tasks like starting something on time, organizing steps, or making rapid decisions feel paralyzing. Carl Jung once said, "Neurosis is always a substitute for legitimate suffering." And for INFJs, the suffering often comes from trying to force themselves into systems that don't honor their complexity. They battle time blindness, where the concept of time dissolves under deep emotional processing. They feel decision fatigue not because they are indecisive, but because every decision holds moral, emotional, and energetic weight. They don't just pick, they analyze the ripple effect, the energy behind it, and whether it fits into a much larger vision. This neurodivergent trait, shared with those who live with ADHD or anxiety, manifests in a way that is spiritual, psychological, and somatic all at once. When an INFJ delays something, it's not due to a lack of care. It's usually because they care too much. They are perfectionists, not out of vanity, but out of integrity. They want every word, every action, every detail to reflect something higher. But this need for meaning in everything can create a kind of paralysis, especially in a world that glorifies speed over substance. They often lose themselves in visions, feel overwhelmed by the sensory noise of life, and collapse under the weight of invisible expectations they place on themselves. Their neurodivergence isn't a flaw. It's a sacred architecture. It's a different operating system that prioritizes inner truth over external productivity. And while society may not understand why a brilliant, insightful mind struggles to make a phone call or finish a simple chore, it's important to recognize that intelligence isn't always linear and spiritual awakening doesn't always look graceful. The INFJ walks through life like a soul translator, processing layers of meaning, energy, emotion, and symbolism, often all at once. So the next time an INFJ forgets an appointment or puts off responding to a message, know that they're not avoiding life. They're negotiating their inner universe. They're trying to maintain coherence between their mind, their energy, and their soul. Carl Jung believed that only the paradox comes anywhere near to comprehending the fullness of life. And this is the paradox of the INFJ. Brilliant, yet frozen. Idealistic, yet overwhelmed. Spiritually awakened, yet mentally drained. What they need is not judgment, but rhythm. Not pressure, but space. Not correction, but understanding. Their journey isn't about becoming more functional in a traditional sense. It's about learning how to function in a way that honors their inner wiring. When they embrace this, they don't just survive. They activate a deeper intelligence that allows them to lead, to heal, to create, and to become the spiritual architects of a more conscious world. Thank you for joining us on this journey into the rare and powerful mind of the INFJ. If this video gave you insight, comfort, or clarity about your own neurodivergent experience, don't keep it to yourself. Share it with someone who might need to hear it too. And remember, your uniqueness isn't a flaw, it's a superpower. Carl Jung was right. The INFJ mind doesn't just think differently, it is different. For more deep dives into spirituality, personality, and spiritual wisdom, make sure to like this video, subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom, share it, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss a moment of awakening. Carl Jung warned us, the moment an empath snaps, it's game over for the narcissist. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Carl Jung. In today's world, where empaths often carry the weight of silence while narcissists weaponize charm, Jung's wisdom cuts through the noise like a sword of clarity. Have you ever felt the moment you stop absorbing their pain and start reclaiming your power? That's not weakness, it's your awakening. This video isn't just a warning, it's a mirror. A mirror for those who feel deeply, love fiercely, and finally say, enough. What happens when the empath snaps isn't destruction, it's liberation. Comment below, I choose my peace. If you've ever walked away from emotional manipulation and stepped into your own light, let's begin this journey together. 1. The narcissist's mask is a survival mechanism, not confidence. Narcissists are not confident, they are terrified. Beneath their polished surface lies a primitive fear known as annihilation anxiety, a subconscious terror of psychological death. Their charisma is not power, it's camouflage. What looks like arrogance is often just the armor of someone who was once emotionally abandoned, dismissed, or deeply wounded. In childhood, when authenticity was punished or ignored, they crafted a persona, a false self to survive. This persona becomes their default identity, built not to thrive, but to avoid collapse. It is a constant performance, a rehearsed version of strength played on a loop to distract from the internal chaos they cannot bear to confront. At the core of their being is a single crippling belief: I am unlovable. And rather than risk this truth being seen, they manipulate, control, and deflect to keep others at a safe distance. Carl Jung taught that neurosis is always a substitute for legitimate suffering, and in the case of the narcissist, the substitution is a lifelong act. They swap vulnerability for control, connection for domination, and self-reflection for projection. Their inability to self-soothe creates a hunger for admiration that no amount of praise can ever satisfy. Their need to win is not about defeating others. It's about outrunning their own internal void. This makes relationships with narcissists profoundly disorienting for empaths, who feel everything with unbearable clarity. The empath senses the suffering, the fragmentation, the buried child inside the narcissist, but spiritual awakening is not about rescuing others from their masks. It's about recognizing when someone refuses to remove it, no matter how much love you offer. In today's world, where attention is currency and authenticity is rare, narcissistic traits are often mistaken for leadership or confidence. Social media amplifies this confusion, rewarding the curated self and punishing the real one. That's why the spiritually awakened empath must learn to see beyond appearances and honor intuition over illusion. When an empath finally snaps, it is not rage that emerges, it is clarity. The clarity that you were never supposed to carry someone else's wound, that their rejection was a shield, not a verdict, that their silence was self-protection, not proof of your inadequacy. In that sacred moment of realization, the empath doesn't fight back. They walk away, not to punish, but to reclaim. Spiritual wisdom teaches that presence is the greatest mirror. And once you stop dancing around the narcissist's insecurities, the performance collapses. The game ends because you're no longer playing. Your withdrawal is not weakness. It is power matured. It is the embodiment of the truth that you cannot fix what someone refuses to face. And when you stop overgiving, over-explaining, and overextending, you become untouchable to those who feed off confusion. You become the calm that exposes the chaos, the mirror that reflects the unhealed. And in that stillness, something rare is born. Self-respect that no narcissist can fracture, because it no longer seeks approval in the eyes of someone who cannot see clearly. You no longer beg to be loved by someone who's forgotten how to love themselves. You become the ending of their illusion and the beginning of your freedom. Comment below, I see behind the mask. If you're ready to reclaim your power through spiritual wisdom and self-awareness. 2. Behind closed doors, narcissists battle midnight panic. Behind the curated confidence and charm of a narcissist lies a hidden battlefield few ever see, a war that erupts most violently around 3 in the morning. When silence exposes the truth they've spent their entire lives avoiding. This is the hour when the crowd is gone, the applause has faded, and all that remains are the whispers in their mind accusing them of being a fraud. Beneath their outward bravado is a child frozen in shame, paralyzed by the fear of being unmasked. Their mind becomes a courtroom where they stand trial for every word spoken, every action taken, every glance received, obsessively replaying conversations and scanning their memories for imagined flaws. They don't do this for growth. They do it to survive the self-hate echoing through their inner world. Their rituals, whether it's compulsive shopping, meaningless sex, or mind-numbing substances, are not signs of power, but of spiritual disconnection. Desperate attempts to drown out the voice that says, "You're not enough." What they fear most isn't losing control of others. It's losing control of the illusion they've built to protect their fragile identity. Carl Jung warned us that people will go to extraordinary lengths to avoid facing their own souls, and the narcissist embodies this truth to a tragic degree. They wear arrogance like armor, but it is crafted from fear, not superiority. Their need to dominate, to manipulate, to be the center of every story comes not from inner strength, but from spiritual emptiness. They demand constant validation, not because they believe they're special, but because deep down, they suspect they're worthless without it. And when they sense someone, especially an empath, might see through the mask, panic sets in. That's when the emotional manipulation intensifies. That's when the guilt-tripping, gaslighting, and silent treatment begin. Not because they're strong, but because they're terrified. They don't want you to see who they really are. And the more spiritually aware you become, the more dangerous your presence feels to them. Because your clarity is a mirror they cannot bear to face. But the real shift happens when the empath, after enduring cycles of confusion and compassion, finally reaches the edge, not out of anger, but out of awakening. When the empath snaps, it's not a breakdown, it's a breakthrough. It is the moment the people-pleasing ends and the self-respect begins. It is the sacred point in spiritual development where you stop dimming your light to protect their shadow. You stop sacrificing your peace to keep the connection. You stop rescuing someone who was never drowning, only performing. And in that moment, the power dynamic shatters, because nothing is more threatening to a narcissist than an empath who has awakened to their own worth. You begin to set boundaries, speak truth without fear, and reclaim the energy you once gave away too freely. And suddenly, their tactics no longer work. Their silence doesn't hurt. Their chaos doesn't pull you back in. You become emotionally untouchable, not because you've hardened, but because you've healed. Spirituality isn't about endlessly giving. It's about knowing when giving becomes enabling. Your growth is not betrayal, it is liberation. And as they spiral in the quiet corners of the night, still haunted by their unhealed wounds, you rise not in revenge, but in radiant peace. 3. Emotional blindness and the empath trap. Many narcissists live behind a well-crafted emotional mask, not out of confidence, but because they suffer from alexithymia, the inability to name and process their emotions. They don't truly feel their feelings. They just react to them. Fear becomes anger, and shame erupts as rage. This is not emotional maturity. It is emotional blindness. So what do? They unconsciously gravitate toward empaths, those with spiritual intelligence, depth of insight, and a rare aura of sensitivity, because empaths can feel what narcissists cannot. Empaths become emotional translators, decoding unspoken fear, absorbing suppressed pain, and attempting to create connection where there is only confusion. But what starts as intuitive understanding soon transforms into spiritual exploitation. This is not love. It's a dynamic of energetic imbalance, one where the empath becomes the source of nourishment and the narcissist the taker of light. And here lies the deeper wound. Intimacy, which should bring people together, feels like death to the narcissist. Vulnerability exposes the truth, and that threatens their carefully crafted persona. So they create a push-pull dance, luring the empath in with flattery and false depth, only to push them away the moment emotional closeness touches their unhealed core. Carl Jung, the father of analytical psychology, warned that people will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own souls. And this truth echoes loudly in every relationship where the empath becomes the mirror, and the narcissist can't bear to look. When the empath tries to help, they're met with silence. When they love harder, they're met with withdrawal. And when they finally begin to wake up, they realize the connection was never mutual. It was emotional survival for one and spiritual sacrifice for the other. But when an empath snaps, it's not rage, it's clarity. It's no longer mistaking spiritual wisdom for suffering in silence. It's recognizing the manipulation wrapped in affection and the projection masquerading as intimacy. The moment an empath stops translating emotions for someone who refuses to learn their own language, the entire illusion collapses. That's when the dynamic ends, not with a fight, but with awareness. The empath walks away, no longer trying to heal someone who's weaponizing their pain. This is not just psychological freedom. It is a profound spiritual awakening. It is the reclaiming of power, of presence, of peace. True emotional intelligence is not rescuing those who exploit your compassion. It's setting boundaries that honor your worth. You are not here to be consumed. You are not here to be broken open and left to rebuild yourself alone. You are here to feel, to grow, and to be met with the same depth you give. Carl Jung taught us that the most terrifying thing is to accept oneself completely. And when the empath does, the need to fix others disappears. The narcissist's game ends not in confrontation, but in quiet liberation. This is the sacred breaking point where the empath chooses clarity over chaos, truth over illusion, and spiritual strength over emotional servitude. Stay connected with our growing community of spiritual wisdom by subscribing to the channel. Here, we explore the deep emotional patterns that shape our lives and break free together. Remember, your empathy is not a weakness, it's your superpower. You are not here to be drained, but to rise. Don't forget to like, share, and turn on notifications so you never miss the healing you deserve. 4. Envy and control are not power. They're survival. Real power is not rooted in domination, but in emotional clarity and spiritual presence. Narcissists, however, confuse control with power because they live in a world shaped by fear, not truth. Carl Jung once said, "Where love rules, there is no will to power, and where power predominates, their love is lacking." Narcissists operate through a zero-sum lens. If someone else shines, they feel dimmed. If someone else succeeds, they feel diminished. That insecurity breeds envy, and envy becomes a weapon. They criticize those who love them, devalue those who support them, and undermine those who reflect their own lack of self. You'll notice this pattern in how they respond to your growth. The brighter you become, the more they try to dim you, not because they hate your light, but because they've never learned how to generate their own. Their survival depends on control, and their tactics of love bombing, silent treatment, praise, then punish cycles are not rooted in cruelty, but in a desperate need to regulate their inner chaos. This is not power. This is panic disguised as precision. They orchestrate connection through manipulation because genuine intimacy terrifies them. When you're spiritually awake, you begin to see this clearly. Control is not connection. Love does not need to be staged to be real. But to someone who's only known love through emotional conditions and psychological performance, freedom feels dangerous. This is where the tragedy unfolds, because in trying to control the relationship, they drain it of the very authenticity they crave. The more they manipulate, the less real the love becomes. And then they use that absence as proof that love was never real to begin with. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy, built on fear and reinforced by spiritual blindness. Your role, especially as an empath, is not to absorb their wounds as your truth. Your sensitivity is not a flaw. It's a form of intelligence, a reflection of your spiritual wisdom. In a world that worships control and punishes feeling, your emotional depth is revolutionary. But you must protect it. You must remember that just because someone fears abandonment does not mean you must abandon yourself to stay. Their fear does not justify your self-erasure. You cannot heal someone by becoming less of who you are. In modern life, this dynamic shows up everywhere. Relationships where you're constantly apologizing for existing. Families where love is conditional. Workplaces where charisma masks toxicity. When you start awakening, the veil lifts. And once you see the pattern, you can't unsee it. So you stop shrinking. You stop explaining. You stop carrying the emotional weight of someone who refuses to feel their own. You realize that boundaries are not walls. They're doors. And you don't lock people out with them. You simply stop letting chaos in. The moment you honor your peace more than their projection is the moment the game ends. And not because you won, it's because you stopped playing. That is the essence of spiritual awakening. Not just realizing what you deserve, but refusing to negotiate it any longer. 5. Criticism is a tool to keep you off balance. Their constant criticism isn't random. It's calculated to keep you off balance, second-guessing yourself, and slowly detaching from your inner truth. It's a silent war, where every disapproving glance, every helpful correction chips away at your confidence and subtly teaches you to seek their approval instead of trusting your own voice. This isn't always delivered with open cruelty. In fact, many narcissists genuinely believe they are offering you guidance. But that's what makes it so insidious. They weaponize concern, wrapping control in the disguise of care. Carl Jung once said, "The most terrifying thing is to accept oneself completely." And that's exactly what they don't want you to do. Because your self-acceptance threatens the power they hold over you. If you become anchored in your own worth, their ability to manipulate through emotional destabilization disappears. They can't dominate someone who no longer doubts themselves. The target is always your pride or your deepest insecurity, those raw places within you that still ache for validation. And every time you react, every time you get defensive or hurt, they take it as proof that they still have control. But here's the truth. Their criticism isn't about truth. It's about control. It's about making sure you stay small enough to be manageable. When you begin to see this dynamic clearly, you realize it has nothing to do with your growth and everything to do with their fear of losing emotional superiority. Spirituality teaches us to become the observer, to rise above reaction and step into inner alignment. When you finally stop absorbing their words like gospel and instead begin to see them as reflections of their own unresolved pain, something in you shifts. That shift is the birth of spiritual development. It's the moment when clarity replaces confusion, when your peace becomes more important than their praise. You begin to reclaim your energy, no longer pouring it into convincing them of your worth, but instead into grounding yourself in it. And that is when the empath snaps not in rage, but in realization. That moment isn't loud. It's not dramatic. It's the quiet ending of a game you never agreed to play. You stop explaining. You stop apologizing. You stop shrinking to fit their comfort zone. You rise not to fight, but to walk away. Because you now understand that their need to correct you was never about helping you evolve, but about making sure you never outgrow them. And once you choose your spiritual growth over their approval, it's game over. Have you ever felt that criticism was used to confuse you, not help you? If you see it now with clarity, declare your truth in the comments. I trust my intuition, not their control. 6. They understand emotions, but cannot feel them. They know how to read your feelings, but they cannot feel them. That's the unsettling truth about many narcissists. They possess cognitive empathy, the ability to intellectually identify your emotions, but they lack effective empathy, the emotional capacity to actually feel what you're feeling. So when they look at you with soft eyes or offer comforting words, it may seem like they care, but something always feels off. That's because what you're witnessing is a performance of a carefully rehearsed act without any emotional resonance. Their intelligence allows them to mimic concern, but it's void of real connection. Carl Jung once said, "People will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own soul." And the narcissist does exactly that. Deep within, they know something is missing. They sense the emotional emptiness, the absence of real connection. But they have spent years, sometimes decades, constructing psychological walls so thick that even they cannot break through them. These walls were built to keep pain out, but in doing so, they also locked love away. You, as an empath, show up like a mirror they never asked for. Your energy, your rare spiritual intelligence, exposes what they've been hiding from: vulnerability, authenticity, and the soul's desire for connection. You don't just speak with emotion, you radiate it. And that spiritual presence threatens everything they've built their identity upon. While they cling to control and image, you move with feeling and depth. That contrast triggers them, not because you've done something wrong, but because you've done something real. Your emotional wisdom lights up the very darkness they've refused to explore. And suddenly, the illusion starts to crack. But here's the twist. The moment you stop tolerating the emotional disconnect, the moment you snap and say, "Enough," that's not your downfall. That is your awakening. That is the spiritual shift where the game ends, not for you, but for the illusion they've maintained. When the empath snaps, it's not rage, it's clarity. It's not revenge, it's revelation. You no longer beg to be felt. You no longer make excuses for being invisible to someone who only sees you when it serves them. You walk away, not because you hate them, but because you finally love yourself. You honor your sensitivity. You protect your soul. You stop being a mirror for their false self and become a reflection of your own truth. This isn't a breakdown, it's your breakthrough. And from that moment forward, nothing is ever the same. You've just reminded them of the one thing they can't control: your inner freedom. Your spiritual wisdom becomes your boundary. Your emotional intelligence becomes your shield. And your awakening becomes the end of their performance. 7. When the mask cracks, narcissistic rage emerges. When the mask of control begins to crack, what erupts from beneath is not confidence, but terror disguised as rage. Narcissistic rage is not born from strength, but from a deep fracture in the false self. When a narcissist is criticized, loses control, feels irrelevant with age, or senses their manipulation no longer works, they suffer what psychology calls a narcissistic injury. This injury threatens their fragile identity, which is often built entirely on performance, praise, and illusion. And when that identity shatters, the rage that follows is not a reaction. It is a survival mechanism. This rage can take many forms: verbal abuse, emotional withdrawal, revisionist storytelling, or the cold act of discarding someone without explanation. It is not calculated evil, but a psychological emergency, a desperate attempt to restore control in a world that no longer reflects their grandiosity. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." And this perfectly captures the narcissist's dilemma. They are not aware of what drives them, only that they are terrified of being exposed as ordinary, vulnerable, or wrong. What makes this dynamic so dangerous is that those on the receiving end, often empaths, tend to personalize the narcissist's collapse. They question themselves, try to fix the situation, or take on the blame. But in the realm of spirituality and spiritual awakening, the lesson is clear. This was never about you. The narcissist isn't attacking you. They are defending the illusion of who they believe they must be. Their identity depends on admiration and control. Your authenticity, your clarity, your refusal to collapse under manipulation becomes a direct threat to their survival fantasy. And so they rage not to destroy you, but to preserve the mask. The spiritual wisdom here is profound. You must stop trying to soothe someone who uses your compassion as a weapon. In modern relationships, where power games often replace emotional presence, the awakened empath must step back and say, "This energy does not belong to me." Empathy without boundaries becomes self-abandonment, and self-abandonment is the true cost of staying in a cycle of abuse disguised as love. The spiritual path is not about rescuing those who refuse to heal. It is about honoring your own light without guilt. When someone discards you during a moment of rage, rewrites history to make themselves the victim, or punishes you with silence, understand that you are witnessing their internal collapse. Do not absorb their storm. Do not mirror their madness. Your calm is their chaos. Your detachment, their undoing. In the words of Jung, who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes. So choose to awaken. Choose truth over illusion. Choose clarity over confusion. Let your spiritual intelligence guide you not into the flames of someone else's self-destruction, but into the quiet knowing that you are not here to be someone's emotional scapegoat. You are here to become whole. If you're still with us, type "I'm concentrating" in the comments. Your focus matters, and your feedback helps us build a stronger spiritual awakening community. Let's keep this energy of spiritual wisdom alive together. 8. The relationship cycle. Fantasy, devaluation, discard. The relationship cycle between an empath and a narcissist is not merely a toxic pattern. It's a deeply spiritual journey disguised as a psychological trap. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." In the beginning, the narcissist doesn't approach with obvious manipulation. Instead, they arrive with a desperate need to secure attachment, flooding the empath with affection, attention, and validation in a phase known as love bombing. This isn't love, it's survival. The narcissist is terrified of abandonment and is clinging to the illusion of being worthy, seen, and adored. To the empath, this may feel like a spiritual connection, a cosmic encounter with someone who finally sees their soul. But it is actually the beginning of a cycle that threatens their emotional stability and spiritual development. As time passes and the empath begins to show genuine needs for emotional intimacy, reciprocity, and vulnerability, the narcissist's fear begins to rise. They don't see these needs as normal. They see them as dangerous because they threaten the carefully constructed mask they wear. Their identity is built on performance, not authenticity. And so begins the devaluation phase, where the empath is slowly pushed off the pedestal, criticized for being too sensitive, blamed for being needy, and made to feel like a burden simply for expressing normal human emotions. This psychological shift is more than confusing. It's a form of spiritual disorientation. The empath begins to question their worth, their reality, and their intuition. Yet this unraveling is where the deeper transformation begins, because once an empath learns to trust their inner voice and recognize that their emotions are not flaws, but signs of deep intelligence and awareness, they begin to awaken. But the final blow is the discard. This usually happens not when the empath fails the narcissist, but precisely when they offer genuine love. The moment the empath says, "I see you. I accept you," the narcissist panics. Why? Because they've built their entire identity around avoiding being truly seen. To be loved unconditionally means their mask must fall, and that is their greatest terror. So they sabotage the connection, discard the empath, and blame them for the collapse. Ironically, it is when the empath is most spiritually aligned, most honest, most open, that the narcissist retreats the fastest. Here's the truth. This cycle ends the moment the empath snaps not with rage, but with clarity. When the empath finally sees the pattern and walks away with dignity, they don't just break free, they transcend. This is the moment when spirituality becomes more than just an idea. It becomes embodied. True spiritual development begins when you no longer try to heal others to earn love, when you no longer trade your peace for someone's potential, and when you realize that boundaries are not walls, they're sacred lines drawn by your soul. So if you are an empath caught in this cycle, let this be your awakening. You are not here to carry someone else's emotional immaturity. You are here to remember your worth, reclaim your energy, and rise into relationships that reflect the truth of your being. Comment below, "I choose peace over patterns," if you are ready to break the cycle and step into your spiritual power. 9. Aging narcissists and the collapse of the mask. As narcissists grow older, the illusion they've carefully maintained begins to crumble. Their physical allure fades, accolades lose their shine, and the admiration they once manipulated no longer flows so freely. Without this narcissistic supply, they begin to unravel. What once gave them an inflated sense of self was never rooted in truth. It was built on performance, not presence. And when time strips away their props, they're left staring into the emptiness of their own unhealed psyche. Carl Jung warned us that the persona, the mask we wear to face the world, can become a prison when we confuse it with our identity. For the aging narcissist, the collapse of the mask is not just painful, it's terrifying. They're not just losing admiration, they're losing control over the only narrative they ever believed made them valuable. This internal crisis often manifests as heightened paranoia, obsessive control, and emotional volatility. The more irrelevant they feel, the more desperate they become to assert dominance. They micromanage, manipulate, lash out anything to avoid confronting the spiritual emptiness they've denied for decades. Their intelligence, once used to charm or impress, becomes a weapon twisting facts, rewriting history, projecting guilt. Their conversations become about power, not connection. And underneath it all is a soul too afraid to look inward. They cannot bear stillness because stillness reveals the truth. Carl Jung once said, "Everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves." But for the narcissist, that level of self-awareness feels like annihilation. Empaths, on the other hand, feel this decay long before it's visible. You notice the subtle hostility in their words, the manipulative undertones in their affection, the spiritual decay behind their charisma. You try to help, to understand, to rescue, but your love becomes a mirror, reflecting back everything they're trying to hide. You begin to suffer under the weight of their disconnection, and yet you stay until one day you don't. The empath's snap isn't loud or violent. It's silent, resolute, divine. It's the moment you reclaim your soul from the cycle of pleasing someone who only loved your reflection when it served them. This moment, the moment you walk away, is the moment the narcissist faces the very terror they've spent a lifetime escaping: themselves. Without someone to project onto, the aging narcissist spirals deeper into isolation. They become haunted by the very silence they once used as punishment. Their need for validation becomes frantic, but fewer people are listening. And the ones who do stay see through the act. Spiritual wisdom reveals that aging is meant to be a return to essence, a shedding of ego, a softening into truth. But for those who never cultivated an inner life, aging becomes a spiritual reckoning. The narcissist, without the applause, is forced to meet the self they abandoned long ago. And often, they don't recognize who's staring back. 10. Empaths must prioritize strategy over sympathy. You've been conditioned to believe that empathy means endurance, that compassion means tolerating chaos. But the truth is, without strategy, your empathy becomes a trap. Narcissists don't seek love. They seek control masked as connection. And empaths, driven by their need to heal and be understood, often become the perfect supply. The relationship is not built on love, but on a subconscious agreement. The narcissist avoids exposure, and the empath avoids abandonment. This cycle of dysfunction thrives on your silence, your forgiveness, your hope that they'll change. But Carl Jung warned us, people will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own souls. The narcissist projects their darkness onto you, so they never have to see it within themselves. And the empath, until they awaken, absorbs that projection, mistaking it for their own reflection. This is where the spiritual awakening begins, when you realize you are not responsible for their healing, their rage, or their repeated betrayals. The moment you stop needing validation from someone who weaponizes your heart against you, you reclaim your energy. You don't need them to understand your pain, because their power lies in your constant explaining. Stop explaining. Stop defending. Stop justifying your boundaries. The boundary itself is enough. It is your energetic line in the sand, a declaration that your peace is no longer up for negotiation. The gray rock method isn't emotional coldness, it's strategic stillness. It's the act of becoming unresponsive, not because you don't care, but because you've transcended their control game. You become boring to their chaos, invisible to their manipulation, immune to their bait. And that neutrality is your power. The spiritual wisdom here is in the detachment, not the fight. Your role is not to win the argument, it's to exit the arena entirely. Healing is not found in getting closure from a narcissist. It's found in no longer needing it. Let the wound close without their apology. Let the silence be your sanctuary. Let your lack of reaction be your loudest response. The narcissist's greatest fear is not confrontation, it's indifference. When you stop feeding their need for attention, their illusion collapses. And in that collapse, you rise not because you proved them wrong, but because you remembered your worth. This is not just about psychology, it's about energetic sovereignty. You're no longer living from the wound, you're living from the wisdom it gave you. You now understand that your spirituality is not measured by how much you sacrifice, but by how clearly you can walk away from what depletes your soul. You are not abandoning them, you are finally choosing yourself. And in doing so, you break the cycle not only for yourself, but for every empath who's ever mistaken survival for love. 11. True recovery is inner work, not fixing them. True recovery doesn't begin by dissecting the narcissist's behavior. It begins the moment you turn inward and ask why you tolerated it in the first place. Carl Jung once said, "Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes." And in this spiritual awakening, you realize that the narcissist was never the main character of your healing story. They were a mirror, showing you the wounds you were too busy caretaking to confront. Every time you excused their coldness, minimized your needs, or overextended your empathy, it wasn't because you were weak. It was because you had been conditioned to confuse love with sacrifice. But spirituality is the art of remembering. Remembering that you were never meant to be someone's emotional regulator. That your role was never to fix chaos in hopes of receiving breadcrumbs of validation. You were meant to heal the abandonment wounds that whispered, "If I love harder, they'll stay," and face the subconscious belief that love must be earned through pain. Once you begin this inner work, your energy shifts, boundaries become second nature. Self-respect replaces overgiving, and your nervous system no longer seeks the highs and lows of emotional volatility. The narcissist's control loses its grip, not because they change, but because you do. You stop magnetizing those who feed off your light, because your light is no longer dimmed by self-neglect. In this stage of spiritual development, empathy becomes sacred, not something to be exploited, but something to be shared with those who reciprocate. You understand that true compassion includes yourself, that healing isn't about becoming harder, but about becoming whole. And through this wholeness, you step into your power, not with rage, but with clarity, not with bitterness, but with sovereignty. You realize you don't need to fix them. You need to honor you. This is when the game changes. Because when an empath heals, sets boundaries, and protects their peace, the narcissist loses their influence. Not through confrontation, but through disinterest. Not through revenge, but through evolution. You ascend, and in doing so, you leave behind the cycles that once felt like home. This is the essence of spiritual wisdom, not the need to control others, but the courage to transform yourself. Let that be the lesson. Your empathy was never the problem. Your lack of protection around it was. Now, you know better. Now, you choose differently. Thank you for watching Spiritual Wisdom. If this message spoke to something deep within you, trust that it wasn't by accident. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." So if you felt the shift, the awakening, the moment when the empath rises, honor that power. Don't let it fade. Like this video to affirm your truth. Share it to support others on their journey. And subscribe to our channel to continue walking this path of spiritual wisdom together. And don't forget to hit the notification bell so you never miss a moment that might just change everything. Until next time, stay aware, stay empowered, and stay true to your light. Six mysterious signs you might possess a rare aura that few ever experience. As Carl Jung once said, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. But what if who you truly are carries a rare, almost otherworldly energy that few can understand, let alone possess? In today's video, we'll explore 6 mysterious signs that point to an aura so rare, it silently commands attention and shifts the energy of every room you enter. These signs aren't just spiritual curiosities. They're roadmaps to deeper self-awareness, spiritual growth, and personal transformation. As you listen, reflect on your own journey. Do you recognize these traits within yourself? If so, comment below with "I feel the shift," or share your thoughts with our community. Let's begin this powerful unveiling together. 1. A presence that silently shifts the room. They don't chase attention, yet attention seems to orbit around them. There's no need for loud entrances or dramatic statements. Simply by walking into a room, something in the energy field recalibrates. Conversations pause. People glance without knowing why. It's not about beauty, charm, or charisma. Those things can be mimicked. This presence can't be. It's ancient. It's earned. It's the result of someone who has walked into the depths of their inner world, faced their shadow with unflinching honesty, and returned whole. Carl Jung called this spiritual metamorphosis individuation, the moment a fragmented self becomes unified not by rejecting darkness, but by integrating it. And in this unity, the aura becomes rare. Its power doesn't need validation. It doesn't beg to be seen. It simply is. Calm, grounded, immovable. This presence doesn't rise from perfection, but from the courage to be fully human. Those who carry this rare frequency often bear the weight of emotional history. They've been through spiritual awakenings that shattered illusions and burned away everything superficial. They've walked through betrayals, endured loneliness, and navigated seasons of not belonging. But instead of becoming hardened, they became clear. And it's this clarity that sharpens their energy like a blade of truth. They don't entertain small talk or ego games. They can sit in silence and still be felt. Their aura speaks louder than their voice ever could. And it's not because they want to be mysterious, but because they no longer need to explain themselves. Their inner peace has become their native language. Their healing has turned into spiritual wisdom, and their stillness has become a mirror, one that often makes others uncomfortable because it reflects what they've avoided in themselves. In a world addicted to performance, rare aura people are a paradox. They don't perform. They are. They listen deeply. They move slowly. They observe without judgment. And when they do speak, their words feel like code soft, but unforgettable. You walk away from them changed, not because they tried to change you, but because their presence awakened something dormant in you. You remember who you are when you're around them. But this gift is double-edged, because just as they attract souls hungry for truth, they also repel those addicted to illusion. People either love them or fear them. There is rarely an in-between. And that's the price of spiritual clarity. It disrupts the status quo. It can't be controlled. It can't be manipulated. It's sovereign. These individuals are often misunderstood. Their silence is seen as arrogance, their solitude as sadness. But nothing could be further from the truth. They've simply stopped explaining their existence. They've stopped apologizing for their depth. They've stopped betraying themselves just to be liked. Instead, they've chosen alignment over acceptance, truth over comfort, and energy over appearances. They live by vibration, not obligation. They respond to the soul, not ego. And that's what makes them dangerous, not in the violent sense, but in the revolutionary one. Because their very presence exposes what is false, not with anger, but with undeniable authenticity. And in a world drowning in noise, they've become the quiet storm that changes everything. Have you ever walked into a room and felt the energy shift without saying a word? If you've experienced this silent power, share your story in the comments below so others can understand its mystery. If not, comment, "I will observe," to start becoming more aware of your own presence. Let's explore the rare aura within together. 2. People instantly open up to you. People don't just talk to you, they unravel. In grocery lines, cafes, workspaces, and quiet corners of life, strangers and loved ones alike seem to pour out their secrets, confessions, and emotions as if your presence somehow gives them permission to finally be real. It's not because you ask the right questions or know all the answers. It's because your aura holds a rare frequency that feels like truth itself. You don't push, pull, or judge. You simply exist with a kind of silent openness that mirrors back to people what they've been running from: grief they never processed, anger they never voiced, desires they were taught to suppress. And while that might feel confusing or even overwhelming at times, Carl Jung offered a powerful insight into this phenomenon through his concept of projection. When people encounter someone with a spiritually awakened presence, someone who has faced their own shadow and no longer hides behind illusion, they unknowingly project their hidden self onto that person. You become a mirror, not the kind that flatters or distorts, but one that reflects back what is true, raw, and unresolved. This is why people feel disarmed around you. Your energy doesn't just comfort them, it exposes what's underneath. It doesn't just calm the room, it rearranges it. Your spiritual development has fine-tuned your ability to hold space without absorbing chaos. You've likely walked through your own emotional fire, confronted your own darkness, and alchemized it into light. And now, whether consciously or not, people feel that. They sense your depth, your clarity, your refusal to live on the surface. And in a world addicted to noise and performance, that kind of authenticity is both magnetic and terrifying. Some will be drawn to you like moths to a flame, aching for the safety your presence provides. Others will resist you, distance themselves, or even act cold, not because you've done anything wrong, but because your energy threatens their illusions. This is the invisible burden of having a rare aura. You walk through life triggering transformation without saying a word. And that's why spiritual boundaries matter. Not every emotion you absorb belongs to you. Not every story needs to be carried. Just because people open their soul to you doesn't mean you're responsible for healing it. Your role is not to save, but to reflect. Not to fix, but to witness. This is the essence of true spiritual wisdom, not martyrdom, but mastery. So when someone says, "I don't know why I'm telling you this," take it as confirmation of your spiritual maturity. You're not just a safe space, you're a spiritual mirror. You awaken others simply by standing in your truth. Let your presence continue to be a portal for growth, but protect your own light fiercely. Because the deeper your aura reaches, the more intentional you must be about what and who you allow into it. This is the unseen path of spiritual development. Learning how to be a sanctuary for others without abandoning your own soul in the process. If people often open up to you without knowing why, comment below. I am in the flow of connection, because your rare aura might just be the reason. 3. Hyper-awareness of energetic undercurrents. You walk into a room, and before anyone says a word, you already know who's hurting, who's pretending, and who's barely holding it together. This isn't a trick, and it's not magic. It's the result of a deep inner intelligence, a form of spiritual wisdom that Carl Jung believed only a few ever fully develop. Your awareness stretches beyond the surface. You feel energy, mood shifts, unspoken tension, and repressed pain with stunning clarity. While others rely on facial expressions and tone of voice, you read between the silences, sensing what isn't said, noticing the emotional currents running beneath even the calmest conversation. This hyper-awareness is a hallmark of those with a rare aura, a presence that disturbs shallow waters, not because you're disruptive, but because you are awake in a world that thrives on numbness. But make no mistake, this level of spiritual perception doesn't come without a price. Because when you're constantly absorbing emotional data, social interaction can feel like energetic warfare. Small talk is exhausting. Fake smiles hurt. Crowded rooms feel like psychic noise. You don't just interact with people, you absorb them. And unless you've learned to regulate your boundaries, every conversation can leave you feeling like you've given too much. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." Your rare aura stems from your willingness to explore your unconscious mind, to confront shadows most people avoid, and to integrate the parts of yourself that were once fragmented. This journey creates a field around you with an energetic frequency that others can sense but rarely understand. They may call you intense, mysterious, or even intimidating, but that's only because your presence reveals what they've worked hard to suppress. You serve as a mirror, and mirrors don't lie. People either evolve in your presence or run from it. And if you've spent a lifetime shrinking to make others comfortable, hiding your emotional depth to avoid judgment, or pretending not to notice what your intuition screams at you, then it's time to reclaim your gift. Your sensitivity is not a flaw. It's your compass. It allows you to see through manipulation, sense danger before it arrives, and connect on a soul level with those who are ready to meet you there. Spiritual awakening isn't always dramatic. Sometimes, it's simply realizing that you no longer have the tolerance to betray yourself for the sake of harmony. Sometimes, it's knowing when to walk away without explaining your truth. And other times, it's choosing silence over performance, solitude over pleasing, and energy over words. Your intelligence lies in your discernment. You don't need proof to trust your instincts. The body knows what the mind can't articulate. You're not paranoid. You're perceptive. This is the art of energetic awareness, knowing when a room is off, when someone's smile doesn't reach their eyes, when someone says, "I'm fine," but their aura screams otherwise. You are fluent in the unspoken, and that's rare. But you must protect that ability with everything you have, because those who do not understand it will try to use it, drain it, or silence it. You don't need everyone to get you. You need to get yourself. And once you do, you'll stop explaining your energy and start choosing environments that honor it. Your rare aura is not just a feeling, it's a force, a frequency born of self-awareness, healed trauma, and spiritual intelligence. And those who truly see you won't be confused by your silence or threatened by your depth. They'll feel safe in your presence because you are one of the rare ones who listens with their soul. If this sign of hyper-awareness resonates with you, like the video, subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom and share your thoughts in the comments. Let's keep uncovering the depth of Carl Jung's spiritual insights together. 4. You trigger people without saying a word. Just by being real in a world full of masks, you become a silent disruptor. Your authenticity shines so vividly that it naturally exposes everything that is fake or hidden around you. People don't always realize it, but your presence unsettles them, not because you are loud or demanding, but because your energy carries a frequency of spiritual truth that cannot be ignored. It speaks a language beyond words, vibrating with the power of someone who has faced their own shadows and embraced their whole self. Carl Jung said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." And when you live from that place of inner truth, you force people to confront what they've been avoiding in themselves. Some will find this magnetic. They will be drawn to you as if your light wakes something dormant within them. But others will feel threatened, even hostile, because you represent everything they've repressed. Your presence becomes a mirror they're not ready to look into. You don't have to preach, persuade, or perform. Your existence alone shakes the ground beneath their illusions. Jung warned that society fears wholeness because wholeness demands integration, and integration disrupts conformity. The modern world rewards masked success without depth, popularity without purpose, smiles without sincerity. But you refuse to play that game. Your spirit won't allow it. When others suppress their pain to keep the peace, you bring it to the surface by simply existing. That's the power of spiritual awakening. It sharpens your aura until it becomes a piercing light that reveals what others have hidden in darkness. And so, even if you say nothing, people feel something shift when you walk into the room. Your silence speaks, and it speaks volumes. You challenge others to be real, to stop performing, to meet themselves at a deeper level. And that, for many, is terrifying. So they may distance themselves, mock you, criticize your choices, or even try to make you doubt your path. But understand, this is not personal. This is energetic. You trigger people because your energy reveals their inner fragmentation. Still, your role is not to shrink. You were never meant to water yourself down to make others feel comfortable. You are here to expand, to stand as a living example of wholeness in a fragmented world. Every time you're misunderstood, every time someone turns cold or combative, know that your energy is doing sacred work. You are shaking their false foundations, not out of malice, but as a call to evolve. You are a mirror they didn't ask for, but deeply need. And while many will turn away, the ones who stay will grow. You are here to lead by energy, not by explanation. Your rare aura is not a burden. It is a spiritual signal, a quiet revolution that inspires others to return to themselves. So continue to be real. Continue to walk with grace and unwavering truth. Let your spiritual wisdom speak through your actions. Let your presence be a reminder that authenticity is not just powerful, it's necessary. If this message resonates with something deep inside you, repeat after me. I am receiving this message from the universe. It's speaking directly to my soul. I trust its truth completely. 5. Solitude becomes sacred. As your spiritual development deepens, you begin to notice a profound shift in how you relate to the world around you. The noise, the constant stimulation, and the need for external approval no longer satisfy you. You find yourself naturally distancing from superficial interactions that once filled your time. There's a quiet ache not of sadness, but of transformation as your soul begins to crave something richer than casual conversations and energy-draining environments. You no longer chase attention or validation because your energy is becoming more refined, more selective. The solitude that once felt like exile now becomes sacred ground. This isn't withdrawal out of fear. It's the necessary step for inner expansion. In solitude, you're no longer performing for the world. You're listening, healing, awakening. You're tuning into a frequency that most people are too distracted to hear. Carl Jung understood this when he emphasized that individuation, becoming who you truly are, requires stepping away from the collective noise. It's in that quiet where you meet the parts of yourself that have been waiting to be seen, not by others, but by you. What used to be labeled as isolation is now the womb of your transformation. You begin to understand that growth isn't always loud. Sometimes it's the silent nights spent with your thoughts, the quiet mornings where you feel the pulse of the universe beating inside you, the deep moments of self-reflection where clarity cuts through confusion like a blade. And while others may interpret your stillness as disconnection, you know it's alignment. You feel your energy becoming magnetic, not because you're trying to be noticed, but because you're vibrating from a place of authenticity and spiritual clarity. You're not escaping the world. You're preparing to re-enter it with deeper awareness and power. Spirituality, at this level, is no longer a concept. It becomes your lifestyle. You begin to value your inner peace more than being understood. You protect your time, your space, your mind. You become deeply intentional about who and what you allow into your energy field. And in this sacred solitude, you start to realize that the most powerful presence you can have is the one that does not need to announce itself. This is the paradox of the rare aura. It doesn't shout, but it shifts rooms. It doesn't seek approval, yet it leaves impact. Solitude, therefore, is not a weakness to overcome, but a strength to cultivate. It's the crucible where your rare energy is tempered and your inner wisdom is born. In this space, you're not losing anything. You're gaining everything: spiritual strength, emotional resilience, and the clarity to walk your path without apology. This is where the real transformation happens, not in the spotlight, but in the sacred silence that only the brave are willing to embrace. If solitude has become a sacred part of your journey, you're not alone. Subscribe to spiritual wisdom and stay connected with others who understand the power of quiet transformation. Here, we honor rare auras, deep insights, and the beauty of spiritual awakening. Remember, your stillness is not emptiness. It's divine alignment. 6. You begin to see yourself differently. You stop seeing your difference as something to fix and begin to recognize it as sacred design, a deliberate mark of spiritual intelligence. You're not here to blend into a world that feels too loud, too shallow, or too disconnected from truth. Your aura has always been rare, not because you're trying to be unique, but because you've quietly chosen the road of inner truth when most people run from it. Carl Jung once said, "The most terrifying thing is to accept oneself completely." And that's exactly what your energy does. It reflects a soul that has dared to look inward without flinching. You begin to realize you were never meant to play small, apologize for your presence, or mask your intensity. Instead of questioning why you see through the surface, feel things deeply, or sense what others cannot explain, you start to honor these gifts as signs of your spiritual awakening and your connection to something beyond the physical. Your aura isn't just different, it's disruptive in the most divine way. It confronts the falsehoods people live by. It stirs the unspoken. It reveals the hidden. You walk into rooms and shift the atmosphere, not because you demand attention, but because your energy exposes what's fake, what's unaligned, and what's asleep. This kind of presence isn't loud, but it's undeniable. It's not charisma, it's clarity. It's not dominance, it's depth. And the more you own that, the more others begin to feel something change in themselves when they're around you. Some will admire it, some will misunderstand it. But either way, your very existence becomes a mirror that forces others to confront what they've buried. And that's not something everyone is ready for. But this is where the sacred responsibility begins. You're not just here to shine, you're here to protect your light. You start setting boundaries not out of bitterness, but out of spiritual necessity. You no longer let guilt manipulate your kindness. You stop explaining your path to people who have no interest in understanding it. You honor your intuition more than the noise. You walk away from people who drain your energy, not because you don't care, but because you finally realize your frequency is not meant to be diluted. This is emotional mastery, spiritual wisdom, and energetic discipline, all wrapped into one rare sovereign presence. And as you protect your energy, you begin to radiate even more powerfully, not through force, but through presence. You stop shrinking to make others comfortable and start expanding into the fullness of who you are. You no longer seek permission to be seen, because you understand now that your energy is the permission. Your aura whispers, you can be whole too. It speaks to people's unlived potential, their forgotten truths, their suppressed emotions. You become a walking awakening. And it's not about ego, it's about embodiment. You're not trying to impress, you're trying to remember. To remember who you were before the world told you to be less. To remember the version of yourself that always knew they were here for more. This is when you begin to live differently, speak differently, love differently. You realize you are no longer someone searching for worth. You are someone radiating it. And that, above all else, is why your aura is rare. Because while others are still trying to find themselves in the noise, you've chosen to become the quiet power that wakes others up. And remember, if any of these signs resonated with you, it's not by accident your journey towards spiritual awakening may already be unfolding. Carl Jung taught us that rare energy often comes from deep inner work and self-awareness. So, trust your intuition, honor your presence, and keep exploring the mystery of your own soul. If you found this video insightful, please like, share it with someone who might need it, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom for more content that supports your spiritual growth. Don't forget to hit the notification bell so you never miss an awakening moment. Until next time, stay luminous.